This is Bull Squad. Roll. You. Hold. Gentle. Arm. Knee. This is Bull Squad. Admiral Rumors. He's out. Dismiss. Turret. The make. On the other side. Hey there, and welcome back to another House of G. How you doing there? It is that time of the week. It is Monday, and well, yeah, it's time to get this thing rolling. So I like to do it. This has been a really nice way again. Things going for me, at least. Hopefully, it is for you too. I'm trying to this isn't my main channel. This is my side channel, so I'm a little bit taking me a little bit longer to get things rolling as far as changes and updates and whatnot. So I'm playing around with the idea of well, if you want to join the House of G, if you want to be a cog in the House of G, that's kind of what I'm going there with. Hear me out here. If you can't tell, there is a bit of a gear and gear theme. You call it steampunk, gear punk. I'm going for a slight variation with it instead of being in a retro past type of gear or steampunk. I'm going for more like a futuristic gear punk type of deal with its roots in steampunk. That's what I'm going with here. So, yeah, hence all the gears and whatnot and the slightly futuristic looking stuff that I got here. And something in cog. So if you want to be a cog in the House of G, I like the sound of that. I like it because when it comes to life, we are all cogs in the machine of life in some way, shape, or form. Hey there, Remy. How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back to the House of G. Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, hello. I love steampunk. Nah, I do too. It's a fascinating genre to say the least. It's got some pretty cool stuff. With Rebel Squadron, it is my overall theme is gearpunk, but it's not like I said. It's not your typical like Victorian era steampunk. It's actually futuristic steampunk. So I call it gearpunk with that distinction, but it's very much the history of it is very much founded in a steampunk world. Let's put it that way. Hopefully that makes sense. Still standing. That is always good to hear there, Remy. When it comes to people on the internet, people do have the ability to drop off the face of the planet. So it's good to know that you haven't ridden off the edge of that. Some people like to think we live on a flat Earth now. It's just amazing that people are back around to that. So it's good to know that you did not fall off the edge of the flat Earth. Boom chakalaka. Hey. Things are going. Yeah, I got a lot on my mind right now. I overslept. That's why I got started late with the streaming. Plus, it's actually storming here right now. The power already went out. Oh, the power already went out once as I was starting up the stream, like right before I got it going. Maybe even taller now. Survived some heat from a hot fire. Whoa, what? Wait. Maybe even taller now. I survived some heat from a hot fire. Well, you gotta be a little more specific. Are we talking about just a bonfire, a nice big old bonfire? You're hanging out and roasting hot dogs and s'mores and stuff like that, or are we talking like a house fire where everything's burning up and trying to escape with your life? I mean, we're talking about a couple possible different scenarios here. That sounds even taller now. What? 111. 111. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. See, that's the thing about having a creative mind. Very kind of wild imagination. I can picture all kinds of stuff, crazy stuff. Spiritual fire makes sense though. Spiritual fire makes sense. And let's see here. Let's go and do this for the time being. Kind of working on my setup here. It's a little bit different each time. Spiritual fire fair. I prefer the imperial system, the metric system myself. So I hope you're at it. I'm glad you survived that spiritual fire and are back for some more here at the House of G. Boom shakalaka. Hope you had a great weekend there, Remy. It's fun when you usually guess right. I'm glad you're amusing yourself at my expense. It's like boom chakalaka. It's like yeah, it's good. Yeah, I just oh my gosh, I've been working on a lot of stuff. Now this right here, this desk right here. This took a minute to put this together. I made it myself in Blender 3D, teaching. I'm just punishing myself learning this 3D stuff. This is the original was actually made for Rebel Squadron, so I was able to tweak the colors and the color scheme and whatnot. So I was now I've got the same general type of desk now, for the House of G. I think it looks pretty nice personally. I'm actually kind of proud of it. And this isn't actually the finished product. I do have some ideas to add a little more detail to it and stuff. Plus, it's going to be animated. That's all I'm going to say on it for the time being. It's going to say, oh my gosh, I have to render the animations, and you would not believe how long it takes. I mean, without having like a supercomputer to do it, it takes a hot minute. These are gears. Yeah, down here, these are gears. So imagine what gears can do. Excuse me. And, it's a variation of what my channel symbol over here. And so it's that down here. Yes, it's you could kind of take it as like a coat of arms type of deal almost. And I hope you like it because I put a lot of work into it, and I'm personally, like I said, kind of proud of it. Yeah, but if anybody's watching and they've never tried anything like that, like, oh my goodness, it's just freaking cricket, man. It's yeah, it's oh my gosh, I'm not even. But there you have it. So yeah, got my new desk, and hopefully the finished animation product is gonna be pretty cool. So with any luck, I'll have done by this next weekend. It's like, everything goes smooth. It takes about with the settings I use if in my computer, if everything goes smooth for a 9-second animation, it takes about 8 hours rendering time, at minimum 8 to 12 hours for 9 seconds of this. Hog up everything, time, energy, memory, space, etc. Yeah, exactly. Seriously, it takes. Yeah, I can't do anything else when I'm rendering the animation. It takes up every resource I've got on my computer. But look what we get. Yeah, no, it's just too freaking cool. This is now once I'm still learning, so this is like basic skills right here. Once I get, if I get the opportunity to continue to improve my skills and everything, I mean, somebody can do pretty much just like Hollywood level stuff in their own home, on their own computer, if they have a strong enough computer and everything. It's absolutely crazy what we can do nowadays. People who don't render graphics have no idea. I knew it wasn't necessarily an easy job being a 3D artist. But holy cannoli, yeah, it's like, it's crazy. It's even crazier to even consider myself as like a beginner 3D artist. Like, I never thought I'd be doing something like that. I'm not complaining because it's a freaking load of fun. It's a blast doing it. It's an absolute hoot. I mean, and just being the chance to be that kind of creative is just, it's an incredible experience. So, okay, we haven't gotten on topic yet. But I'm glad you like the desk because personally, like I said, I'm proud of it. I love it. I think it turned out great considering my level of 3D graphic skills in Blender for a live volcano. It's a live volcano. We'll see if I do a live volcano, then I'm going to have to do some sort of gear punk like base in the side of the volcano or something like that. That would take a lot of work. I'll have to keep that one in mind. I'm going to have to put that one on the back burner. Yeah, Rebel Squadron's my main one. So that's where the majority of my attention is going right now. As I do stuff on Rebel Squadron, I can actually adapt some of that stuff for House of G, so that helps to streamline the workflow and everything. So we'll see. Maybe I could do something like that for Rebel Squadron and then adapt it for the House of G. It's a possibility. Hey, Rebel Squadron is it's a sci-fi, cyberpunk, futuristic universe that I'm creating. I'm sure I can find a place for a volcano with a gearpunk type base or something. I could probably fit that in there somewhere. Hey, come on. And then just adapt it for House of G. Hey, it's a plan. It's a thought. It's an idea. And stuff like this, they come out of ideas. What can I say? We'll see, Remy. We'll see. Boom shakalaka. So okay, let's go ahead and get started here. So we got Web of Scarlet Spider. Now this gets a little bit confusing because it is number 1. There's a new web slinger in town, November. I had to double check on the year here. Doesn't say on the cover, so I gotta open it up. Virtual Mortality, part 1 of 4. Probably can't see that too well. And so even though, yes, here's why it's get confusing. Because I actually have issues 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, we're gonna go through all 3 of these. Now they all say number 1 for some reason, but it's not. This is where I'm not sure how they managed to do this or why they did it. But yeah, they all say number 1, but it's each part 1, 2, and 3 of 4. I don't have part 4 of 4. There could be some reasons for that, and yet they all say number 1. So yeah, I'm not sure what was going on at that time, but they are in fact 3 different issues. Haha, so cool. No, I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I'm glad. It's nice to know I'm not the only one that thinks thinks it's cool, because if I am the only one that thinks it's cool, it's not going to go anywhere. I'm dead in the water. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Okay, so yeah, we're actually not quite to that one yet. We'll go ahead and bring that back up if I can remember. I'm trying out different things for the format, the stream, and everything. So bear with me here. It's work in progress. It's a constant work in progress. Okay, so here's the deal. I've gone through all my stacks of comic books that were they needed bags and boards all together. So now we're getting into the rest of my collection at this point. The stuff is like already bagged and boarded. So that's where we're at. And I'm still figuring out exactly how to go about it. So I'm learning in preparing for this stream. I'm learning that I do need to spend a little bit of time before I'm getting prepared for this. So I'll figure it out, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, got an idea how to move forward. I just need to actually sit down. Jim Christ, there's so much going on. So much going on. And I can't spend as much time on House of G as I would like, as would be nice. But I'm doing the best I can with it. So hope you guys are enjoying it regardless. So yeah, we're going to go diving in here. The web of the Scarlet Spider. For those that may not know, I do believe Scarlet Spider is Ben Reilly, who is in fact a clone of Peter Parker. I'm not familiar with how that went down. I do know about the character. I don't know if I think he still exists. And I was interested enough to pick up 1, 2, and 3, right? I think I might have bought them at the same time. Kind of get the feeling that I did, maybe. But, I mean, I might have... Because they were all sitting here. They came out of the same stack as the last stack that needed back and boarded and everything. I don't know. Maybe I just bought them over time and then actually put them together this time around. They were not in a regular comic book box. I don't know. That's just details. All right, so let's go ahead and open this up and take a look at it. Yeah, I'm not going to just sit here and, oh, hey, look what I got. No. I'm going to open it up. We're going to take a look at it, and we're going to see what's going on inside amongst the pages. If we had funding and a clear calendar, the things we could do, seriously, absolutely. This is what I'm talking about. This is why Rebel Squadron is my main channel. This is my side channel, because even if I had the audience, like, YouTube would probably defund me at some point, because I do not say things that they like to hear, and we know what happens to channels that say things that YouTube doesn't like to hear. So this is my side channel for the time being. Yeah, with the resources, I mean, especially with what you can do with stuff like this, the potential is completely untapped at this point, which is, I'm going pretty heavy with Rebel Squadron, trying to get that going, because if I can get that to blow up somehow and start making money off of it and get that revenue flow, there's all kinds of stuff I can do with it, like some absolutely amazing stuff. It's untapped potential. It's completely untapped potential. It's like, forget Hollywood, forget these weirdos. Let's do it ourselves. Why not? We got every right to, literally. It's like, so those are my big long-term plans if we make this happen. So, okay, let's open this up here, and it starts off. What? Either there's just a fight or somebody's getting mugged, and then in comes the Scarlet Spider. He comes flying out of nowhere. Lots of red light back in in the background. Now they do confuse it. They do mistake him for Spider-Man, but in fact, it's Scarlet Spider. Hold on. Okay, so it's got a little bit of a blurb here to kind of explain the character. So I'm gonna go ahead and read it real quick because I want to make sure I'm clear on him. Once he was Peter Parker, a student who, after being bitten by a radioactive spider, became the Amazing Spider-Man. Excuse me. Oh, Jim Cricket. So the storm is like it's messing with the air. What year? That's a very good question. Hear that, kids? Learn what you can. Now, haha, before the bill comes. It's very good advice right there, Remy. What year? Sorry, I like the art style. Yeah, the year is actually 1995. So, okay, so here's my theory. A lot of stuff we just went through, they did not have bags and boards. So I'm thinking, like, the vast majority there were some 94s. Like, the vast majority were 95, 96 up to, 2012, 2013. 2012 was really my final year. 2013, I had 3 Masters of the Universe issues. It was the last gasp. Last just act of desperation on my part. And just wasn't enough to bring me back into comic books. So my theory is that the rest of my collection is going to be pre-1990. Well, let's see, what was it? Okay, at this point, pre-1995. Up to 1995. So this is 1995. This is right when comic book starts taking that weird turn. Right smack in the middle of November. So it's November of 95. So it's actually, it's right smack in the middle of that weird time frame. Oh. No, that's a good question. I was thinking I was going to do the year, and then I got sidetracked. So I appreciate the reminder. Thanks for the reminder there, Remy. Let's see. Now, after 5 years of wandering America, believing himself to be a clone of Peter Parker, he has returned as Ben Reilly. Tasty. And is ready to resume his crusade to protect the innocent and battle evil in a new custom identity, the Scarlet Spider. So, yes, he is in fact he believes he's a clone of Peter Parker. At this point, they're not really definitive about it. And so one of the thugs refers to him as a Spider-Man wannabe when they realize it's not Spider-Man. He's like, you're right, I'm not Spider-Man. When I get done with you, you're going to wish it was Spider-Man. Because apparently Ben Reilly, while he may in fact be a clone of Peter Parker, he's not exactly Peter Parker. Apparently. Interesting. He's got some sort of new webbing. He calls it impact webbing. So far, so good. I mean, it's not, oh no, Lord. I forgot about this. So he gets the job done. He books off, and then he takes his mask off. And it's like some weird grunge Peter Parker. Like, I forgot about that look they gave him. It's not, it's jarring because it's like, it's obviously he looks like Peter Parker. But, I mean, he just looks rough. Holy crap. But at least it's rough. That's a rough image. I like the art style. The art style is definitely better than some of the stuff we've looked at. It's like definitely better than some stuff. Oh, the paper quality. Okay, so the paper quality is actually improving over the previous, the paper quality and the ink quality is actually starting to go up at this point. It's starting to get higher quality. This is November of 95, at least as far as this goes. It's not at that max premium that you see around 96, but it's actually starting to get up there. It's starting to get up there. It's starting to get up there, and it's just weird how that works. How much was this? This one was $1.95, so it's around that $1.95 range. I have some frogs in my throat. No, I think it's the weather. Like the storm, it'll like die down and then it'll come back and intensify. I think it's wreaking havoc with like just the general atmosphere around here. It's kind of driving me nuts a little bit. Boom shakalaka. Okay, so let's see. So he gets the job done. He looks almost like a redneck Peter Parker almost. And that's not, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's unexpected, and it's not some woke feminized version of him. And that's where I'm getting at. So he still looks a bit rough, but he looks like a man. He looks like Peter Parker, and he's got a real no nonsense attitude. And I don't think he's really cracking jokes. Like Spider-Man is infamous for cracking jokes in the middle of a battle. Oh no, he cracks a joke. Okay, there it is. He cracks a joke. So he's got this what? Something weird going on. There's like this van driving around, and there's this helicopter that pops up, chasing after him or something like that. It's very unusual to say the least. So he decides to jump in on the middle of it, find out what's going on, and he's all like, and then here he is. He puts the mask back on, he jumps into action, and then he does in fact crack a joke. Now this is just a guess on my part, but you guys aren't shooting the new Jackie Chan film, are you? So he's not Spider-Man. He's not the original. He's the Scarlet Spider, but he is still cracking jokes. So that is a relief right there. Now this is Ben Reilly, the clone of Peter Parker. He's trying to find his place in the world. Like I'm not up to speed on what went down before, but how the clone even came to exist, I got no idea. But when they finally figured out what was going on, who was the real deal. Yeah, Ben Reilly. Yeah, it's kind of an existential crisis. Like, who are you? You're not who you thought you were. Down to your very genetic level, which is a crazy thing to think about. There's a reason why human cloning is illegal. Let's put it that way. Oh. Okay. Here it is. Now, we're in November of 95, so I was kind of waiting for it here, and boom, here it comes. I completely forgot about this. So he takes on this weird helicopter and stuff. Pretty high tech looking by the looks of it. And then after the battle's over, you get the boom. That's looks like Dr. Octopus's arm, but then it does the reveal, and it's Dr. Octopus, but something different about him. Oh yeah, he's got boobs and a vagina. So that happened. Yeah. Like, what? I completely forgot about that. Like, I knew there was a female Doc Ock. I did not know she went back to 1995. You gotta be kidding me with this. Are you kidding me with this? Okay, here it is, folks. There it is. I was waiting for it. It was coming. You know it's coming. We're talking, late 1995, that time frame when the divergence happened. The great comic divergence of 95, 96. And there it is. Boom. Female Dr. Octopus in the web of the Scarlet Spider, the clone of Peter Parker, a.k.a. Spider-Man. And, female Dr. Octopus. And she looks ugly as hell. I mean, this haircut, this pink punk rock haircut. Like, are you kidding me with this? It's not intimidating. It's laughable. It makes me laugh. I can't take this character seriously. What? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what? Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, excuse me just a second. Holy cow. Wow. Okay, so usually at the start of a stream, my throat, my vocal cords and everything have to kind of warm up a bit. So that does, it gets a little iffy there at the start. But today it's just nonstop. Like, I don't know what's going on. Well, the weather. Yeah, so we need to go back even further to find the agendas. I think we know what the agendas are at this point. Just the whole woke, feminist, homosexual, satanic agendas. But we're tracing it back to the origins, and yeah, around 95, 96, there was a great divergence. Now there were signs of it before then. These people were already in the industry at that point before 95, 96, but something happened in that time frame where it just opened the floodgates for these people that were pushing these agendas. That's what we're getting at here. So this is November 95, and boom, female Dr. Octopus. Oh my goodness. Mother Murgatroyd, are you kidding me with this? I can't make this stuff up. I can't because somebody else did. It's right there for you to see. I didn't make that up. I had nothing to do with that. I'm just reading it. I'm just a sap to pay money for it. Okay, so let's see. Now, yeah, let's see. Now, Ben Riley, they do actually. I mean, he looks masculine. He doesn't look. He looks like, well, other than the fact. So, I mean, that's Ben Riley. I mean, he looks, for the most part, he looks pretty masculine and manly, except the hair. That's a really bad picture of the hair right there. I mean, it looks like before it just looked almost like a mullet, but there in this one, it looks honestly pretty feminine. The hair, the way the hair was drawn right there. At this point, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows how intentional that is exactly? But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it just dead on, and it looks very womanly on a man's body. Like he's looking from the neck down, he's looking pretty masculine, but then you got the hair, and it just, like, if I cut him off at the neck, it almost looks like a woman's head. Let me see if I can. That almost looks like a woman's head. I don't know if that's just a bad artist or if that's a good artist that did that intentionally. I mean, because the artwork's not bad. It's not bad. And the rest of them is pretty masculine. So I'm thinking it's a good artist that did that intentionally, because a good artist isn't going to do that inadvertently. You just said so many bad words. I did. I'm not even sure. I know I said a couple of things a few minutes ago, but I try. I'm a sailor, so it's very easy for me to start talking like one. At least I was, once a sailor, always a sailor. I haven't been a active sailor in a long time, but I try to keep it somewhat clean. It slips though. It was a back ways. Sometimes you just got to point it out. Sometimes you can't mince words. You cannot mince words. You just you have to put it out there. It's just I'm personally tired of walking on eggshells, dancing around issues, and whatnot. I'm so freaking tired of it. And okay, so you know how Peter Parker, he's got his Mary Jane. Well, Ben Riley is back in town, and he's pretty much got nobody at this point. So he's in some sort of club or something like that. I'm not sure what it is exactly. There's a serving girl. She's got the tray, and she slips. So he does his nimble Spider-Man thing, catches the girl, saves the drink. She's like, she's clearly grateful right there. So, ooh, wow, ooh, he's agile and strong, and he just saved my ass from, having to go get another drink for this customer or someone. And well, once again, the first reveal when he pulled off the mask, he looked rough, scruffy, maybe even like the hint of a mullet. But now, I mean, if you take a closer look at his face, it's different. I mean, he's not just cleaned up. The hair looks different. It's completely different. I mean, it's all just foofy looking, and the hair itself it's not very masculine. Let's put it that way. But the rest of them, it's there's like this dividing line type of deal, and not curse words, but things describing culture. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why this channel is my side channel, not my main channel, because they will never allow it to become, monetized and make money. They won't allow that. So that's why it's my side channel. I roll hot cheesy romance. No, it's not personally. I like it. Society is trying to label it as cheesy, and the reason they're trying to label it as cheesy is because they don't want men acting like men. They don't want women acting like women, so they shame it. So you're not allowed to slut shame, but if a man acts like a man and a woman acts like a woman, ooh, that's shameful, and that's complete bullshit. And I'm pretty tired of it. So I'm actually glad to see that in there. Shows a man acting like a man and a woman acting like a woman, and that's how it should be. So, yeah, as far as society goes in that regard, society can go take a long walk off a short pier. I'm so tired of it. I'm tired of dancing around it and beating around the bush and walking on eggshells. So it's just not going to happen anymore. It's like, what can I say? Boom, chakalaka. So yeah, there's something going on. This female Doc Ock, this punk rock wannabe. I don't know. So she's after something, and she's not giving up yet. Going after it. So Scarlet Spider leaps into action, and he's got that rough, grunge-looking Spider-Man costume. So he's got his own look. He's got his own personality, and let's see. Yeah, he leaps in his action. He's trying to stop these guys. They're obviously criminals and whatnot. Doing his thing. The artwork is not bad. Overall, it's not bad. Which tells me that the sudden switch from like a rough-looking Ben Reilly to a cleaned up from the neck up, very feminine-looking Ben Reilly is intentional. Because the artwork is not bad. It's really not bad. So he actually gets a job as a waiter in that Club Noir, I think it is. And he actually gets the job there as a waiter. So I think Ben Reilly is going undercover, which is why he went and got the job. So there you have it. So that's pretty much the end of issue number 1 of the Scarlet Spider. He finishes doing his thing there, and then I think that's like the club owner or something like that. I think he looks like gangstery. Name is Club Noir. So Ben Reilly, he's got a job there and everything. It seems like then we take them over. I like it too. America loves cheese. It's Americana's chivalry. Yeah, it's. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all the. This thing. Look at that. Let me give you an example. Hollywood weirdos. They love to make fun of middle-aged men that buy themselves a convertible and they're enjoying life. They get the little roadster. It's like, ooh, boom, boom, put the top down. Yeah, I have a convertible. It's a beautiful car. Put the top down. It's an amazing feeling. And mainstream media, Hollywood weirdos, they make fun of that. They make a man feel shameful for having worked his ass off all his life and been successful to the point where he could finally, his kids are taken care of, his family is taken care of, the kids are grown, they're out of the house, they're leading successful lives. He finally has the time and the resources to take care of himself. And he does that by buying a convertible. There's nothing wrong with that. That is a sign of success. But mainstream media, Hollywood, no. We can't have men feeling successful. We cannot have men feeling satisfied with their lives, having lived a successful life. No. So we have to mock them, ridicule them, make them feel shameful for being successful and for enjoying the fruits of their labors. That's where that's coming from. That is where that is coming from. It is insidious, to say the least. I'm tired of it. I'm not going to stand for it anymore. If a man has worked his entire life to take care of his family, has been successful, has contributed to society in positive ways, his kids are grown out of the house, he's got that money, he can do whatever the hell he wants with it. He wants to buy himself a freaking convertible, drive around the country. He has every right to do so without shame, without being mocked. Interesting architecture. Never let us reach the day. Yeah, that's exactly what they don't. They're trying to crush the American dream. They're trying to crush successful men, successful families. That is their goal. Yeah, I like the architecture on that building. Like the name of the club is Noir. So it does have like an old school, like 1920s, like noir feel to it. So it's actually, this is what I'm talking about. The art is actually pretty good, which tells me that those little blips for Ben Reilly are in fact intentional. You don't draw that good and then accidentally make his face look all feminine and womanly. Not anymore, exactly. I'm tired of it. And let me, okay, so we've gone through number 1. We still got 2 and 3. Let's go and put this back. I do need to replace some of these bags and boards with the older ones. I don't know when I'm going to be able to do that, though. So for the time being, it's going to have to go back in the same one. There you have it. So that's Web of Scarlet Spider number 1. For some reason, they're all labeled number 1. Don't ask me why. Virtual Mortality, part 1 of 4. This is a limited series type of deal. They may have been testing the waters for the character, but not anymore. The human spirit cannot be confined. No, it's true. It's the humans. You can only beat down people for so long, for some point. At some point, one of the generations is going to be like, this has been going on for however long. This ain't right. We need somebody. At some point, some generation wakes up and it's like, okay, enough's enough. We need to fight back. Great on that one. Yeah, the art was actually pretty good on this one. So November 95 is right smack in the middle of that divergence. And you can see the female Doc Ock and the mostly masculine Ben Reilly, but then there's some just panels where it doesn't look right. So there we got number 1 there. I was on kind of a rant there. That gen's better be us. It better be us. I know I'm there. I'm not the only one that sees it. I know that much. I'm not the only one that sees it. There are people out there that see it and they understand it. But we're the ones that get silenced. So the question is, how many of us see it? I don't know. I'm not the only one that sees it though. Oh yeah, and then you got these other channels. Oh my gosh, no, I'm done with them. Nerdrotic, G&G, D-Day Cobra, Ryan Canopus. These guys they're not what you think. They're not what you think. Yeah, they're funny guys. They're funny guys. Like if there wasn't for all this political stuff, whatever, those type of guys I could have hung out with, had fun. But they got these channels and they've made a name for themselves. They made a ton of money fighting against the woke. They founded the Phantom Menace, and then within the last year, they turned around and abandoned the Phantom Menace that they created. And that is a very serious problem for me. You don't create something like that and then turn around and abandon it and say, oh, no, I hadn't. And it's even worse than that. Oh, we have nothing to do with it. It's like you created the damn thing, and now you're going to say you had nothing to do with it? First of all, it's a bald-faced lie. And then you create something and just abandon it like that? That reveals a lot about their character and about what their channels actually stand for. They've made a big name for themselves in these circles. They've made a lot of money. Make no mistake, they made a lot of money doing this. And they're hypocrites. And I'm not saying they're not into the geek stuff. I'm not saying they're not into this stuff, because clearly they are. They're into the video games. They like the movies and the televisions, and some of them do like the comic books. But that doesn't mean that they are what they say they are on their channels. Maybe they stole it and didn't create it. I have no idea. No, because everybody contributes Fandom Menace to these guys. And when I first got into this over a year ago, they were openly talking about it. Yeah, they were taking credit for it. Yeah, we helped build the Fandom Menace. They were taking full credit for having brought it to life. And now they're like, oh no, we have nothing to do with it. So you can't have it both ways. You cannot have both ways. And I mean, they talk about, we're anti-woke, get woke, go broke. But here's the thing. The woke is founded 100% in feminism and ideology. This is something nobody ever talks about. They don't talk about it. And so they say, get woke, go broke. But then they turn around and they support the stuff that is in fact woke. Like, maybe Real Creator is missing. Nah, I think it was like an organic thing, and then they coined they coined the term or something like that, and they were like, they took credit for the whole thing. It's not like one person. I don't think it's something one person started. I don't know, that shit is happening everywhere. It is. I'm tired of it. I'm freaking tired of it. That's why I broke away from that. I broke away from those channels, not from the community, but from those channels, and that's why I'm doing my own thing at this point. I'm completely doing my own thing, because I'm tired of. I was getting really invested in those channels as far as the community went and everything, but they're hypocrites at best, and something else at worst. So that's why I've cut the cord with those. Pretty much just all together at this point. Like, I'll give an example. They talk about, they're anti-woke, which is fully, feminism, homosexuality, and they talk about intersectional feminism, which is a load of shit. Either it's feminist or it's not. There's no intersectional on this crap. We from the chaff, that's a fact of life. We're on the threshing floor. Yeah, we're definitely on the threshing floor right now. The entire country, if not the world, is. We're going to have to wait and see exactly where the chaff falls, if it gets blown away or not. But they talk about, so the Nerdrotic, at the start of June, he was doing his either video or live stream, and his Nerdrotic symbol, it's a yellow circle with the glasses, and he had the rainbow colors on it. So he's always been like, oh, get woke, go broke, but then he supports the gay agenda, which is one of the founding cornerstones of the woke nonsense. They're hypocrites. They're freaking hypocrites. I'm not sure they even realize they're hypocrites. I don't. If they're either they don't realize they're hypocrites, or they really are just such complete and total charlatans that they're blowing a smoke screen and they know it, because they make fun of all this woke stuff, but then they support stuff like The Boys and Invincible. The Boys is pornographic. It's pro-homosexual. It's pro-feminist, which is woke. That is woke. That is woke right there. But they support it. Invincible, it's and both of them, both series, are hyper violent. I'm not talking about like they punch somebody and like there's blood, flying. No. People literally being torn apart. Hyper violent, very graphically torn apart. These are not comic books. It's not normal entertainment. It's on the level of the Roman Colosseum in ancient Rome, where gladiators fought to the death, where people were torn apart by lions. It's that level of entertainment, and we're just one step away from taking off the comic book pages and creating like a whole new Colosseum. It's disgusting. It's not. How you consider that to be entertaining? I have absolutely no idea. The human imagination is absolutely profound. What we got going on up here is absolutely profound. The stuff that I can personally visualize up here is just, it amazes me sometimes. And you give me the briefest of details, and I can come up with just this vivid, intense, like, images in my mind. So when you got the actual, like, full imagery of a human being being torn apart, what your mind can do with that is just, it's scary. It's disturbing. It's disturbing. What makes it so disturbing is that people want to see it. Why? Why do you want to see a human being torn apart? Why? See, back in the day, real comic books didn't have that. There was no graphic hyper violence because it wasn't necessary. That's because it's not entertainment. Showing people torn apart is not entertainment. It's grotesque. And I'm tired of people giving it a pass. This is why I'm speaking out. This is why I've gone my own way, because I'm tired of the nonsense. I'm tired of the lukewarm, sugar-coated excuses for this freaking psychotic lunacy. It's freaking psychotic is what it is. I found a couple of comic books in my collection. I remember buying them because of the cover. The cover was like, oh wow, that's cool looking cover. I think I just bought them based on the cover. It was an independent comic book. And I discovered them when I got my collection back a couple of years ago. I was going through them. I discovered them. I was like, okay, that's an interesting cover. And I opened it up, and it was absolutely horrific. It's literally something out of the pits of hell, literally. And I'm like, how the fuck did I buy this? How the fuck did it end up in my collection? I must have been young and dumb. Saw the cover. Oh, that looks cool. And it's the only thing I can think of. I do remember the covers. I remember the covers, and I opened it up. I was like, it was just horrific. It was so horrific, I'm not gonna explain what it was. I'm not gonna give any details on it. It was that horrific. And the boys, the hyper violence in The Boys and Invincible they're at that level. These people that are fans of these, they do not understand the path they're on. They don't understand it at all. Which is why I can't support it. And then on top of it, there's the gay shit, the feminist shit, which comprises the woke stuff. I think we tap into or pull it from within. Maybe greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. Yeah. I just, the older I get, the more life experience I get, and the more I realize what it is that's going on. It's just like, I can't, it doesn't tread water. It's not like, oh, we're going to push the boundaries and then we're going to stop. No. They push the boundaries, and then they push the boundaries, and then they push the boundaries, and they push the boundaries. And they keep pushing the boundaries until we're back into the age of, like, gladiators at the Roman Colosseum just tearing each other to shreds for entertainment. And I still say intersection there. Yeah, when people use the word intersectional feminism or whatever, it freaking annoys the crap out of me, because it's like, knock it off. They're trying to split hairs. They're trying to. It's that that's the definition of lukewarm. They're trying to split hairs. I don't know. Feminism's good, but when they do this, it's bad. It's still feminism. It's just this is the first wave feminism, second wave feminism, third wave feminism. It's all feminism. The point of feminism is for women to rebel against men, to take down men, but to put men in their place. There's something weird going on with my camera. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if you can see it on your end, but on my end, it's just, I've never seen that before. I don't know what's going on with my camera. Can you see that? It's keep in mind I'm using holographic technology, so there might be a glitch in the holomatrix. That's the only thing. Yeah, being a futuristic gear punk. Yeah, if you didn't know, this transmission's coming from the future. Just FYI. That's just, I don't know if I hope you can see that, so it doesn't look like I'm losing my mind, because it's actually happening on mine end. I don't know what's going on with the camera. That's it. That's a new one. Usually, just if it's not like high enough resolution, it'll just blur out. This is like actual digital disruption there in the picture. I don't It's like, what? What is happening? I can't make this up. Technology, man, is just crazy. It is. What is going on? Those lines. Those lines. I've never seen those lines before. I don't know. Hopefully you can see them so you don't think I'm completely crazy. Sorry for the individual who tries to force me to acknowledge pronouns. I would say in your fate. Yeah, holographic. What? Yeah, didn't you know this is a holographic projection from future timeline? That's the whole precept of Rebel Squadron, futuristic gear punk technology and whatnot. And the whole thing is like when I'm on Rebel Squadron, the footage that you're seeing is a holographic. It's a holographic transmission. That's the whole science fiction like a theme of my channel. You don't see the lines, really? Are you really? Okay, well I promise they're there, like on my screen. Like, yeah, I'm getting these weird digital lines. It's like the picture is being like skewed like that sideways, horizontally. It's not vertical, it's all horizontal on my end. I'm seeing it. So if you're not seeing it, you probably just think I'm, batshit crazy, but it's happening on my in 6 months this would be now. Yeah, I know. Who is it? Microsoft, I think. Was it Microsoft or Google? Is one of the big ones. They're all pretty much the same thing at this point. They actually have holographic telephone calls now. It's actually kind of crazy. That seems to be a timeline for conspiracy. Who knows at this point? But that's just the science fiction theme that I have on my channel. It's a futuristic gear punk with holographic communication technology. That's the whole thing. Okay, so if you can't see it on your end, it's just on my end, and that actually kind of worries me a little bit because it means it could be equipment issue. The power already went out once right before I started the stream. I'm really hoping it didn't kind of fry something. Okay, so let's go ahead and get down to the second issue here. Boom. So we got the Amazing Scarlet Spider #1, and yet it is part 2 of 4. So when I saw #1, I actually thought that I had multiple alternate covers of the same issue. No. It's 4 separate issues. They were all released in November of '95, and they all, for some reason, they all have #1. I don't know what their thinking was with this one. I got no idea. It just confused me. So overall, these are actually in really good condition. But what's the point of having a comic book if you don't pull it out and read it from time to time? It's been a long time anyways, so why not? Let's go and take a look at this. So yeah, November '95. These all took place in the same month, or they were released in the same month. So yeah, starts off. What? I think these are the guys that were pulling up outside the Noir Club. So now they're committing some sort of heist. He's got some sort of, I guess it's like a VR helmet maybe, or something like that. We'll find out. This is talking because, yeah, there's a new episode. So the subtitle is Virtual Mortality, Part 2 of 4. That is the subtitle for the entire story arc. Same artist. Not sure. It doesn't have the. Sometimes they've got like artist names and stuff like that on the cover, but these don't. So I'm not sure. It looks like it probably is. My guess is that it would be. It would make sense where they would have the same artist for like it's a 4-issue arc. Actually, well, seeing as how it came out in the same month, I'm actually not sure on that one. It's possible they had 4 different artists, but I mean the artwork looks the same. The other thing I think was that they had this guy art it, or pencil it, art it. Pencil it all at once, and then once it was all done, then they released it. But oh, there we go. Script, Mike Lackey. Pencils was Mark Bagley. That name does sound familiar. Let's just take a look. I'm guessing it's the same guy for the entire story arc, because that would make sense. And I am wrong. Okay, I'm eating crow right this very second. Pencils, Paris, Coronas, Parks, Coronas. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Paris. The S is blending in with the I. Paris, Coronas. And so that is a difference. And the script was Todd Drago. Okay, so the second theory I had was that they had 4 separate teams working on all 4 issues all at once. And it seems like that second theory is, in fact, the case. I wasn't sure how they would have planned that out, but apparently, they took that route. So it looks like it's going to be different writers, different pencilers, all that stuff for each issue. Even though, at first glance, the art is similar enough. But, so I'm not an art expert, even as an amateur. It's like, good question, though. Paris could be a man or a woman at this point. Who knows? I got no idea. The other one, I got no idea. Not a clue. Not a clue. Let's see. So they subtitle Virtual Mortality. It looks like some sort of VR helmet or something. Like, I'm guessing it's going to have something to do with like super advanced virtual reality. Where is he? So he's talking. So, okay. What the? Wait. Oh, okay. Hold on. For a moment there, I thought we had 2 Doc Ocks. Okay, so then it goes from the guys stealing the thing, and now it's like cuts to this. You got the female Doc Ock. She's referred to as Doc Ock. For a second there, I thought that was the male Doc Ock because of the glasses. He's got the Doc Ock glasses on. It's actually just her henchmen. Her henchmen are wearing the old school Doc Ock glasses. So they ripped that design off from the real Doc Ock. She just looks goofy. Right there, that profile shot, it's just goofy as hell. Then here, she actually looks like a woman, but that's because you can't see the goofy haircut. Or, the fact that she's supposed to be the new Doc. I hate the whole female Doc Ock thing. I freaking hate it. So as you can see, 95. They're doing the gender swap crap. And it's one of the most infuriating things about comic books and pop culture when they do that stuff. And so anybody that supports it, they can take a long walk off a short pier, to put it politely. So, same quality paper and ink. Artwork's not bad overall. Spider-Man looks like Spider-Man. Honestly, he looks a little bit more like, especially for some reason, he actually looks a little bit more like Spider-Man in this one. That's probably just differences in like the artist's style and whatnot. Okay, hold on. Wait. So Ben Reilly, he does this thing. He has a Scarlet Spider. And then he changes back into a civilian outfit and everything. And that's him right there. So honestly, the artwork is actually a little bit better when it comes to like that up close picture of him. Overall, it's pretty good. I mean, he's definitely got the long hair, which is just cringe at this point. Then you got that. Some of the artwork's really good, and then some of it's kind of like, Like, he definitely put more effort into some of it rather than others. Or he's just really bad at profile shots, maybe. That's a possibility. Like, the stuff that's like head on, face on, is definitely better quality. And the profile stuff is just kind of, there's something off about it. I don't know. So I'm not sure if that's intentional or what. I don't know. It's possible he just isn't very good at profile shots. I'm just speculating. So, what? Thief named Looter? I don't know. Somebody's talking about something, blah, blah, blah. Talking about somebody's a thief named Looter. I guess a 2-bit supervillain wannabe or something like that. I don't know. I'm not reading it word for word. What did he do to the waitress? Dude, what? Okay, so the first issue, there was that scene with Ben Reilly coming to the rescue of the waitress. He grabbed her, kept her from falling, did his Spider-Man thing without anybody knowing Spider-Man. He caught the tray and the drink and everything. She was drawn actually really cute. She actually looked really cute. Now we get issue number 2, different penciler, and oh my lord, look at that. That's just what? That's the same chick. That's just like, oh my lord, it's beyond cringe. It's just like, that's a little terrifying. I don't know what that is, but that's just terrifying. What did he do to her? What did he do to the waitress? And why? Why would you do that? What? I don't have a freaking clue. The hell? And then you got this other chick coming in. I don't know who she is, but she comes into the picture here. Okay, so check this out. Now, obviously, she's supposed to be attractive, but she's got... Oh, my lord. Where do I begin? Okay, so she has a skirt. And look at those legs. Okay, so she's got legs. The first thing you see is her leg popping out of the elevator. So, ooh. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. Bow, chicka, wow, wow. Look at that leg. Oh, sexy leg. And then she steps out and it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? So she's got nice legs. She's got the skirt. But then look at that. Look at the top that she's wearing. It looks like a butchered man's dress jacket with those wide-ass shoulder pads. And those shoulder pads, don't get me a starter on those. Those things are just ridiculous. Women, all the ladies out there, if you have shoulder pads, you need to rip them out of your jackets, whatever, your shirts, whatever they're attached to, rip them out and burn them. You look freaking ridiculous in those stupid shoulder pads. Oh my gosh, that's just some friendly advice from your local masculine commentary, comic book commentary YouTube channel. And then the hair. Look at the hair. Like, it's just chopped all to hell. He has nicer hair than she does. He has nicer, more feminine hair than she does. What? Why does the Scarlet Spider have nicer, more womanly hair than this woman that from the get-go, they try to present her as this sexy, sexy woman coming out of the elevator, and then you get that. That right there, at best, is a bait and switch. November 1995. This is where the Great Divergence takes place, where it goes from this woke weird stuff, goes from the background straight into the foreground of the comic book world, at least. This is ridiculous, man. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Issue 1 and 2 they were written and drawn at the same time. I'm still not. Yeah, I know you sent that a couple minutes ago, but it fits pretty good. So, see, one thing I'm trying to figure out is why they did all 4 issues at the same time. Why? All at the same time. They all came out in November. It was planned out a 4-issue story arc in 1 month. Why? At first I thought it was just some marketing thing, whatever, but now I'm like starting to wonder if there's more to it. Looking at it, we're in the 2nd issue, looking at this, it's just like, what the hell, man? Now I'm sick of these other channels making excuses for it. They sugarcoat it. Like, it's not that big. Yeah, it is a big deal. It is in fact a big deal. It does in fact matter. Gay is not okay. It is not intersectional feminism. It is feminism. This woke stuff, it's not okay. And it's been going on for a very long time. I'm done putting up with it. Straight up done putting up with it. What the what? So, okay. Who is this? I don't... Seward? Somebody named Seward? I don't know who he is. But he has some very advanced technology by the looks of it, and he has his own costume. I don't know who he is. His name is Seward. That's all I know. He's he's got this super advanced VR headset. Apparently, he puts it on, jacks into this virtual reality world. Something goes horribly wrong. Somebody apparently invades his VR network or something and attacks him. And this stuff is so advanced, so advanced that it can actually fry his brain if he gets. Yeah, so this VR37 is the name of the entity, and he's like, I can most definitely hurt you. So there's something. Apparently, somebody's like hacked his VR network or something. I don't know, and it's like super advanced high tech VR equipment is what's going on. And the dude's under attack. So apparently, yeah, there's another less advanced VR headset. So Ben Reilly, he grabs it, puts it on, jumps into the simulation. That's what he sees upon entering. He jumps into action and trying to save the guy. And then something else. Okay. So he jumps into this simulation, and this guy conjures up basically the Sinister Six or something like that. You got the female Dr. Octopus, Carnage, Venom, all these traditional Spider-Man characters, except for, the female Doc Ock. She's not traditional at all. They jump into the action, attacking, boom, boom, boom. The guy's still alive and everything, but they're coming at him hard. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Oh, some chick, blonde chick. I don't know who she's supposed to be. Not a clue. Okay. So, they picked Venom, Carnage, and then some freak, the twisted female Doc Ock, and some other chick. I got no idea. I think they dug deep for that one. And then in order to throw off the Scarlet Spider, apparently he knows something about the Scarlet Spider, and he takes the form of the real Spider-Man, trying to use psychological warfare. Boom, boom, boom. Trying to rattle Ben Reilly. And so he basically taps into his inner Peter Parker, fighting this virtual image of Peter Parker / Spider-Man. Okay. Well, yeah, it's about to get ugly. So yeah, they've the generic. I don't know who that chick is at all. She's got a hold on the guy that Ben is trying to save. The Carnage comes up, pops him in the face with one of his claws, and then they all basically disappear. He gets Ben gets out of the VR simulation. The guy's pretty much fried. It looks like it's not looking like a good ending for this Seward character. Yeah, it looks like okay, that's the end of that one. I don't know what they were thinking with this. So this is number 2 of 4, and it says, I don't know if you can read that. To be continued in Scarlet Spider number 1. What What? I don't understand that. That's not how you number comic books. So they were trying to get cute with the numbering. Like every single one is marked as number 1, but it's not. This is number 2 of 4. So this should be number 2. I don't know. Obviously some sort of marketing thing. They thought they were getting cute with it. I don't know. Whoever came up with it was a dummy. Whoever approved of it, it was a dummy. It doesn't make any sense. It's just confusing. Why would you want to confuse your readers like that? I was typing this and yet deleted or wouldn't post. What? What? I don't know, Remy. Technology is crazy. It's a double-edged sword. It does not always function the way you expect it to. It's so. Don't know. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, Jimmy Cricket. Okay, so let's move on to. Wow, I just noticed this. Are you kidding me with this? What? Oh. Oh. I think I just figured it out. I think it just figured it out. Okay. It's still confusing. I see what they were doing. I see what they were doing. Having worked as an artist in many different environments, I'd say it could be a few unknown artists doing the work and the higher ups taking the credit. And it gave me a warning for that. What do you mean it gave you a warning for that? Could be because I've seen it myself. Yeah, who knows? No, yeah, ghostwriters are a thing, so you can apply that to comic books easily. Wouldn't be surprised, but no, these names are not familiar, and it's just I don't think that's the case on this one. They probably just tapped into people and just like, hey, we're gonna give you this project. I'm figuring out the numbering. So this is in fact Web of Scarlet Spider. Web of Scarlet Spider. This is in fact the Amazing Scarlet Spider. Boom, boom, boom. And this is simply Scarlet Spider. So these are in fact issues number 1 for each of the 4 different titles. I'm assuming the 4th one was a different title of Spider. It's a variation of Spider-Man. Because you got the Amazing Spider-Man, Web of Spider-Man, Spider-Man. So that's what they were doing. Even though I'm pretty sure these were still one-shot. It was a one-shot story arc. I'm pretty sure. So they were trying to get cute with it. And it's like, okay. I forgot about that. So, well, on the one hand, it's kind of a cool idea. It's just when you actually know more about the comic industry and stuff like that, then like back in the day, okay, it was a cool idea back in the day, but now after 20 30 years of hindsight, they were tapping into the number 1 craze. It's like, wait a minute, wait, we can do more because number one issues usually sell more. Number 1 issues usually sell more because it's number 1. Everybody's hoping it's going to be the next big jackpot. Because you have your real comic book fans, and then you have your opportunists. They're just looking for a quick buck. So number 1 issue comes out, these roaches come out of the woodwork and buy them in droves. So you got, where is it? So you got Virtual Mortality, part 1 of 4. but it's also number one web of Scarlet Spider. They're like, oh, wait a minute, wait. We can do more than just one number one issue. We can get more money for having multiple number one issues, even though this is a one-shot mini story arc. So there you go, issue number one of The Amazing Spider-Man. There's your second number one issue. Now the story is directly connected, a direct continuation. So this also does help to explain why they've got 4 separate teams working on this. And oh, wait a minute, no, we're not done there. We got number one of the Scarlet Spider. It's all marketing, pure marketing at this point. This is what we got this figured out. Pure marketing. Number one after number one after number one, because number one issues sell more. I just saw a meme. Even enough with the conspiracy theorist titles. After what has transpired, I now identify as a prophet. Bingo. There you have it. Or, just someone that knows how to use their head and think logically. That's exactly, yeah. When people start saying, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, it's laughable at this point. Straight up laughable. People that say that, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, you are the freaking fool in this conversation. It's like, I'm not saying all theories are true and accurate, but so freaking many have come to pass that, yeah, you have to be very foolish to just dismiss it out of hand at this point. Okay, I'm trying to get the tape off of this one. It's not cooperating. It's not cooperating. Why are you not cooperating? I'm trying to do stuff here, and you're holding things up, you stupid itty bitty little piece of tape. It is amazing what can stop a show in its tracks. It's just this stupid little piece of tape. I'm trying to get it ripped. I was pulling it off and it ripped. So I'm trying to get the rest of this off so it doesn't snag on the comic book when I pull it out. Just trying to be safe here. And it's not cooperating. Son of a biscuit. Mother of Murgatroyd. Okay, hold on. Got it. Okay, we got it. We're clear. All right. Houston, we are cleared for launch. Let's do this. Oh, Jimmy freaking Cricket. It's just absolutely amazing. It really is. All right, folks. So here we have issue number one of the Scarlet Spider. Not the web of, not amazing. Just the Scarlet Spider, plain and simple. So we have, now I don't have number 4 of 4, so I don't know what the name of the 4th title was. But I have 3 brand new number 1 issues for 3 brand new Scarlet Spider titles. I must be a millionaire by now. Wow, go me. I'm sure these are worth tons of money. Gobs of money. Why haven't I sold these yet? I need to get on eBay and see what I can get for these. They gotta be worth something. I'm being facetious, which I think is a fancy word for sarcastic. Mother of Murgatroyd. Okay, so I guess the guy is still alive. He's just kind of brain dead at this point. So yeah, he got him. He's got him on the rooftop and everything. He's getting ready to take off from the secret lab hideout thing, and he's still trying to get help for the guy. I'm not sure who this guy is. He's somebody that Ben Reilly knows. Yes, he's just flying through the city. I'm not even sure what city this is. I don't think it's New York City, but I'm not sure. So he's flying through the city with this guy in tow, trying to get to a hospital or medical facility or something. What city is this? It's not, maybe it's New York City? I actually don't know what city this is. It said he was back after 5 years, which tells me he came back to New York City, but I'm actually not sure. I wonder what the similarities are between the underlying storyline of agendas. Who knows? Well, the general agenda is to break down, destroy the patriarchy, destroy, masculine men, strong masculine men, elevate women to replace those men, to push homosexuality, to destroy families, normal, real families that are strong, protective, loving, nurturing. That's the underlying agenda. I mean, the details are going to change, but that's the underlying agenda of all this stuff. That's what people need to realize. Once you understand that, it becomes very easy to spot it. It's the woke agenda. That is the woke agenda. And what? This is weird. Okay, so this is the inking. This is the ink for this page right here. I mean, it's pretty clean. It pops. And then you turn the page, right? You turn the page. And then you get this. Like, what the hell is this? It's muted. It's like it's just washed out. It's like it was done by a completely different inker or colorer. It's like they used a completely different process and it was an inferior process. I don't know what's going on with that. What? Maybe they were trying to simulate being indoors. Whoa. Hold on. More like the Stoke agenda. I don't get it. I don't get it. What's the Stoke agenda? I don't get it. You're gonna have to explain that one to me, Remy. Okay, so let me point something out here, though. Just let me point one thing out here before. So he walks in. You get the nurse, female. That's to be expected. You get this chick. She's obviously the doctor. Oh, look, another female. And then you get down here. And oh, look, everybody in this hospital that works here is a female. Everybody's a female. Why? Because obviously women are smarter and better at everything than men do. They're smarter than men. They're better than men. Man, you need to learn your place, guys, fellas. You need to learn your place. Why? Because the Scarlet Spider is very, subliminally telling you to. This is subliminal. This is the definition of subliminal messaging. This is what brainwashing looks like, folks. Okay? If you don't know what it means, don't know what it looks like, this is what brainwashing looks like, literally, in the visual sense. Dang, not as funny. I messed up the stroke agenda. Okay. I think I see where you're going with that. Oh, and hey, look at this. So, opposite the page, we actually have an ad here for Phantom 2040 for the Super Nintendo, Genesis, and Game Gear. I might have to look into that, see if I've got that available for my Rebel Squadron Rewind series. I don't know if the game's any good or not, but I always thought the Phantom 2040 character was interesting, different. Yeah, I might have to see if I got that. Okay, so that was a weird page. Well, besides the woke get in your place men message, the colors are washed out. But then I thought maybe it's because they're in the hospital, but then they're still in the hospital, and the colors go back to normal. Something happened there. Either somebody missed a step in the coloring, or there's some sort of glitch. Maybe. And that doctor's got the ugliest haircut. Yeah, not surprising. Where are your kids, ladies? Probably latchkey kids. They're probably at home by themselves. That'd be my guess, if they even have kids. As a biological fact, the older a woman gets, the less likely she's able to conceive children with a man. Because female biology is designed that way. Women are designed to have children at a younger age. So when you're in your 30s and 40s, you're gonna have a very difficult time having a kid. And that's just a scientific biological fact. Having a woke stroke. I like that one, Remy. A woke stroke. I'm writing that one down. That's a good one. Okay, that one. That one's going in the notebook. Woke stroke. It's like, oh, Jiminy Cricket. Oh, good times, good times, good times. Okay, so, so Seward is brain dead, and he's been dropped off at the all-female hospital where, obviously, men are too dumb to, work there, and even as nurses, they don't even have any male nurses. I knew there was something there. Oh, Jiminy Cricket. That's actually what it feels like when I see this woke crap. I feel like I'm having a stroke. That's actually very fitting. A woke stroke. That's what it feels like. A woke stroke. Like, it's just, I'm losing. Brain's cells are dying. Body's malfunctioning because it just can't process what's being shoved in my face. It's just woke stroke. It's a woke stroke. Oh, Jiminy Cricket, man. I just can't with this. So obviously this is a different artist because we had the close up of Ben Riley. And so far this is the ugliest one yet. Like just straight up ugly. They beat this guy with an ugly stick. The artist. It's not the same. Definitely not the same. Shit. I mean, overall the art's not like necessarily terrible. It's just that's like the worst iteration of Ben Riley yet. Mother Murgatroyd, man. I just can't with this. Something about the Daily Bugle, someone named Kellen Ellis. I don't know who he is. He kind of looks like a Clark Kent clone, almost. What the what? Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. What? Hold on. What? What? Okay, it's just got a little bit confusing for story wise. Now every time I hear woke, I'll think they're as long as it brings a smile to your face, that's the important thing, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. Woke stroke. So there was a get woke, go broke. Now there's going to be the woke stroke. Okay, so this looks like Seward. That looks like Seward. And this is in that cyberspace environment. There's Doc Ock, some other dude. I don't know who it is. And now this guy, he's talking about his daughter. So I think he's talking about the female Doc Ock. So apparently the female Doc Ock is his daughter. I don't know what's going on at this point. It's just he's spying on them. It looks like Seward, but he's supposed to be like a brain dead vegetable. I don't know what the hell's going on. Unless the attack like somehow severed the connection between his mind and his body, and his mind is like trapped in cyberspace or something. I'm not sure. This is advanced cyberspace technology we're talking about here. So, let's. Oh yeah. So it is Seward. Okay, we have confirmation. It is in fact Seward. That is him. And he's talking to him. He's like, Seward, See, yeah. So Seward is in fact, like mentally at least, he's alive. He's just his mind is trapped in cyberspace. So Ben Riley's gonna have to find a way to reconnect his mind with his body, and with this advanced VR technology, I'm sure he'll find a way. But as it turns out, it looks like Doc Ock, this female Doc Ock, might actually be Seward's daughter. Okay. Not that it makes the character any better. The character still sucks, but there's that connection now. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm just the woke stroke nonsense. It just makes me not want to read this. It really, I can't deal with it anymore. Folks, this is the definition of brainwashing. Little subliminal stuff, little things that you might not pick up the first time around. You don't think twice about it. You don't think anything of it. But you see it time and time again, over and over and over. It's conditioning. It is conditioning, folks. Even if they're not pointing it out, they're saying, hey, look at this. These are all women. Why? Because men are not smart enough to be doing a woman's job. You men need to learn your place. They might not be saying that explicitly, but all you have to do is look at the pictures. They draw them that way for a reason. And it's not just one picture. It's picture after picture after picture after picture after picture. I've seen it so many times. So many freaking times. And it's not by accident. That's pretty much the end of that one. Nothing else really, or no real revelations or anything like that. After that point, just as a virtual mortality concludes in the spectacular Scarlet Spider #1. So we had the amazing, the web of, then we had the straight up Scarlet Spider, and then we have the spectacular Scarlet Spider #1. So they had not one, it wasn't a single #1 issue, it was 4 #1 issues. Why? Because #1 issues sell the most. It's a marketing tag. It's a freaking dumbass marketing tag. Especially if it was meant to be a limited series, 4-issue series, I mean, it's just dumb. Because it's confusing. It's like, wait a minute, what? Confuses the crap out of me. It's a marketing play. It's just a dumb marketing play. November '95. It shouldn't be surprising. That's the time frame of the Great Divergence. There you go. Now, unfortunately, I do not have #4. It's entirely possible I got bored with the series at that point, or situation, my life situation. No, because they all came out in November. So apparently they did not have #4, I guess. So I'm guessing I bought them all at the same time. So it's like transhumanism, yeah. It's one thing when you got a man that's bitten by a radioactive spider and it accidentally gets turned into the Spider-Man. That's one thing. But when they're actively messing with the human genome and whatnot, that's something else. And it's not a good thing. In reality, it's great comic book material, but in reality, it's extremely bad. There's a big old freaking no-go. You don't do it. You don't do it. You cannot, people that try to use comic books as justification for a lot of stuff, something wrong with you. You are not understanding the difference between, science fiction and reality. You got issues. You need to talk to somebody. Oh my goodness. So there you have it. Issues 1, 2, and 3 of the limited run Scarlet Spider series. I actually wish that I had #4 so we can make a complete go of it. Maybe at some point I can get a hold of it. Even though it's #1, I'm not expecting it to actually be worth that much. So hopefully it won't actually be that expensive. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Back in its bag and board where it belongs. And then, so there was definitely... So, yeah, November 95. It's right smack in the middle of the Great Divergence. And there's definitely some freaking woke stroke stuff going on there. because I definitely felt like I was having a stroke at times. Jiminy Cricket. Okay, so now we get to the big one of the stream. We got Batman Spawn, War Devil. Now, for anybody that may be watching that knows that I actually went over the Image version of Batman and Spawn, the crossover. How many in your library so far? Are you talking about that? Are you talking about my complete collection? I'm guesstimating conservatively 600 to 700 issues. It's possible I have upwards of 1,000, but I'm not sure. My life has been very nomadic and chaotic, so it's been the fact that I have my collection period is a miracle, and which I'm very grateful for. But it's definitely not as big as it would have been if my life had been a little more stable. Let's. Yeah, I've been homeless. I've traveled halfway around the world, stuff like that. So yeah. All right. So here's the big thing with this. In previous stream, we went over the Image crossover. Now, originally, I thought that Image or DC simply didn't want their name attached to it, and that was my original theory. But I come to find out what they did. They actually did two different crossovers between these two characters. Image did their own version, and then DC did their version. Now, from what I remember, I like the Image one better. Now, we're going to go into this, and we're going to see exactly how accurate my recollection is on that. Because my original theory was that DC did not. Now the Image version was good. It was masculine. It was testosterone. Adrenaline. It was just like two men, just like they with their very clear differences. Starting off with a misunderstanding, but then overcoming some that misunderstanding at least to an extent. But there's still some differences there that need to be bridged before they can really even. Well, Spawn is trying to be all like, "Hey, Batman, I'm a big fan. Can we?" But then Batman's just like hits him in the forehead with his batarang as he leaves. It was great. It was great. No, I freaking loved it. So we're gonna see what type of direction DC took with these two characters. We're gonna compare the two. So I'm actually looking forward to this one quite a bit. I've been going through a little bit of my collection. I'm surprised at some of the stuff I got. I'm very excited about getting into it in future streams. So let's go and do this. Boom. Yeah, Batman, Spawn, War Devil. Okay, so on the back here it says, who is Croatoan? So they're actually tapping into the whole Croatoan myth and legend regarding not ancient, but the colonization of America. Who is Croatoan? It's a question that Batman must answer, or see Gotham City overrun by an army of the living dead. But first, there is the mystery of Spawn, who may be an ally or the deadliest menace of all. Dun, dun, dun. So it looks like this was 94. Doug Munch, Chuck Dixon, Alan Grant, Klaus Janson. Chuck Dixon, Alan Grant, big bell ringing right there. Boom. Doug Munch sounds vaguely familiar. Klaus Janson, kind of somewhat vaguely familiar. Okay, so it starts off. So it actually takes place. It starts off in. I'm trying not to bend this too much if possible. Roanoke Island, North Carolina, 1587. So that's where it takes. That's where this starts off from, which is to be expected, actually, seeing as how we're talking about Croatoan here. Okay, so they're taking the myth and legend of Croatoa, Roanoke Island, and they use that as the foundation of this crossover story between Batman and Spawn, which is actually a pretty cool idea. It's actually a pretty cool idea. We'll see how we'll see exactly what they do with it. So they give a really brief description of it. The settlers just up and disappeared, and the word Croatoan was carved into a tree. I think maybe there was a Indian tribe named Croatoa or something like that. Maybe, I'm not sure, but there was no sign of a struggle, fight. Oh, and they're saying that there was one other clue, although no one could see it. So they're adding a little. This is where the artistic license comes in. They're adding one more thing. So there's an actual star in the forest surrounding the settlement, which people at the time could not see that because it's an aerial thing that you have to see it from like a helicopter or a plane or something like that. So, for the story's sake, they added that little element. Interesting to say the least. Dun, dun, dun. A little foreboding there. Boom, boom, boom. So then, wait a minute. Gotham now. So it cuts to modern Gotham. And apparently at this, wait a minute. So let me double check the year on this. Come on with this. It doesn't say. Really? Doesn't say. Alan Grant's the writer. Klaus Johnson is the artist and the colorist. Wow, double duty. Steve Buccellato is the computer colorist. Todd Klein is the letterer. Oh, no. Doug Moench, Chuck Dixon, and Alan Grant, all three of them co-wrote this. Okay, copy that. I was going to say, that sounded like an awful lot of writers. So this is supposed to be modern Gotham? Apparently, at this time, like I said, on the back, it says 94. The art, whoever did the cover, it's 94. So far, that's the only date I can get on this. So I think it's 94. So we have modern Gotham with a lot of hot air balloons, or the blimps. So apparently Gotham was very into blimps. It's like, yeah. So my collection, it's I'd say it's respectable. It's not. I know some people got like tens of thousands of comic books, but they've had the resources and the stability in their life to be able to build that. So mine is a modest size collection, but I'm still proud of it, especially considering the life I've had. It's the fact that I have it is just, it's kind of, like I said, it's a minor miracle at this point. So that thought just popped back into my head. So we're in Gotham, stuff going on. Somebody's talking. Is that Bruce Wayne? Okay, so it looks like Bruce Wayne's doing some undercover work. He's in some seedy bar talking to somebody. Money changes hands. He leaves and puts on his Batman costume and everything. I'm not. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Some sort of undercover detective work. And wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. It doesn't say. Okay, so I think this next scene is taking place in New York City or something like that, because I think that's where Spawn hangs out, New York City. So yeah, so it shows Spawn. He's in this alley. He hangs out in alleys a lot. That's why he knows a lot of homeless people. So he's just kind of lost in contemplation towards torturing himself mentally. And he's a very tortured, tragic character, to say the least. Batman's doing this thing. Then this newspaper thing blows by Spawn, and it's something about a tower opening in Gotham. So Spawn is all like, maybe I should go to Gotham and check this out. I don't know why exactly. Oh, because he knows the building. Fragments of his memory from when he was alive. So that's one thing. He after he went to hell, made a deal with the devil, came back. So he's basically undead in a sense, almost. And his memory is a mess. So he sees the building in the paper. He's like, wait, I recognize that for some reason. So I'm going to go to Gotham, see if I can, uncover some more of my own memories. So that's his motivation for heading to Gotham City. Somewhat random, just happenstance. But it triggers something in his memory, and he's desperate for answers. Okay, so it actually jars the memory loose of him killing somebody. Okay, so it's more than just a vague memory. It actually triggers a memory of him killing somebody. that he knew. It triggers that memory, which is apparently very vivid in that moment. And he's like, wait a minute, that's new. So that's what triggered. That's what motivates him to travel to Gotham City, see if he can jog more of those memories loose. Wait a minute, what? Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Okay. So I think it does a flashback. So yeah, I think this is a flashback scene. MK Ultra, who knows? It's no, it's not MK Ultra. He dies, goes to hell, makes a deal with the devil, comes back, and it's just his memory's a mess because of the whole process. It's not related to. It's pure comic book fiction at this point. Yeah, not everything is a CIA event. just FYI. It's there was a time when comic books were just comic books, for the most part. So yeah, this is an actual flashback event. So Spawn is going to Gotham because of a memory of killing somebody in Gotham at that building. So Batman is having his own little flashback thing. He's remembering it very clearly. Some guy named Vesper, and he was tracking him, and then Batman got there in time to watch him get his head blown off, and that guy just happened to be Al Simmons, who is Spawn. So there's a direct connection between Batman and Spawn at this point. And okay, so yeah, they're not making any bones about it. Yeah, it's just a direct connection between Batman and Spawn. Batman was on a case. Al Simmons, before he spawned, kind of, he blew a guy away right in front of him. No, you got to understand the Spawn. We'll see. Haha, I don't know. No, I mean that's literally the Spawn character. That's literally what happened to him. He went to hell, made a deal with the devil, came back, but part of it's probably just the trauma of dying and coming back. Dying, going to hell, coming back. Plus, the devil might have screwed with his memory on top of it. So, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the CIA. It's purely supernatural fiction at this point. And let's see. So Batman's investigating. So I guess it's got something to do with the Vesper still. Okay, so okay, so okay. This is okay. So now we're back to the modern, which is a few years after all that went down. This dude, I don't know who he is exactly, but he's working for the Vesper guy that got shot and killed. And Batman saw that Batman knows he's dead, but nobody else seems to. I guess the body was never recovered for some reason. And so this building was the Vesper's dream thing or something to have this building finished. So it's all coming back to Vesper and this building and Spawn and Batman. Batman is investigating the whole thing, and then Spawn was, as Al Simmons was hired to take the guy out or something like that. So it's so far the story is at least making sense. It's interesting way for them to connect the two characters. What the what? What the what? The what? Wait a minute, what? So this guy's talking about how the body was never found. Apparently Vesper was supposedly just missing. But then it cuts to this. Wait a minute. He calleth his own by name? I think that's okay. I don't think, no, that's not, that's a different tombstone. So it looks like some unmarked tombstone. It's a graveyard in Gotham or outside of Gotham, something like that. And then something crazy goes on. Body comes up out of the ground. There's a rat, and it apparently just sucks the life force out of the rat. And then this guy, his body starts to reform just from a trail of rats. So he's consuming the life force of the rats. And he goes from being a skeleton back to an actual full corporeal form. Oh, I'm ignorant. That's all good. No, I know you're not a comic. You're coming from a place of like somebody that's never been into comic books, so you don't know the characters and everything. So it's all good. So you're applying what you know about society and pop culture and whatever to comic book characters that you have had zero exposure to. Don't feel bad. It's all good. Yeah, so I'm just trying to explain the background of the character there. It's all good. So this guy, I'm not even sure who he's supposed to be. I don't know if he's supposed to be Vesper. I don't think he's supposed to be Vesper. Maybe he is. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, no, maybe it is. Hold on. Wait a minute. So that was Vesper, supposedly, even though the body was missing. So the body was missing, but he was actually buried in a grave. Nobody knew. I'm a little confused how the body got there. It's like, what? I mean, maybe they'll explain it. We'll see. If it's a good story writing, they will explain it at some point. So both Batman and Spawn happen upon a news story where they're talking about Vesper has returned because apparently nobody knew for sure that the guy was dead or, sort of dead. And so they both Batman and Spawn find this guy, and they both have their reasons for wanting to find out what's up with this guy. And he's back because his building is completed. So apparently he was sleeping in a grave and rotting away for 6 years, just waiting for the building to be completed before coming back from the dead. Kind of insidious, if you ask me. Jiminy Cricket, not your common criminal, not your common gang mastermind. Wow, yeah, it's definitely going into the supernatural realm, which is fitting with a Spawn crossover. Hold on, then it gets even weirder. Wait a minute. Okay, so then there's this guy. Okay, so the same guy that was all like, the body's just missing. Same guy. I don't know if he's like a PI or whatever, but Vesper shows up and kills the guy and then uses his blood to form that star. It's not a pentagram. It's just a 5-point star. Yeah, so he turns on the guy, kills him, because he needs him for like a ritual or something. Batman comes on the scene. Yeah, Batman comes on the scene. And he finds this. The star. Like I said, it's not a pentagram. It's just a star. And the word Croatoan. All of it's in the guy's blood. It's getting very, just dark. Very dark indeed. Oh, hello. So as Batman is leaving the building, and Spawn is actually outside, and he's checking the place out. He sees Batman flying, starting to fly off there, and he jumps in. Boom! It's like, what are you doing here? So we have our first confrontation between Spawn and Batman. And it's actually a pretty nice splash page right there. So I guess he thinks that Batman is one of Vesper's henchmen or something like that. And Batman's like, I don't know what the devil you're talking about. Is that supposed to be a joke? What part of hell did you come from? Wait a minute. Oh, no, that's Spawn talking. Is that supposed to be a joke? You talk like we met before. I met your kind. He sent legions of them. I'm tired of the tests and the taunts. See him tell him you failed. So he thinks Batman is. Apparently, Spawn thinks that Batman is like an agent of hell because he's dressed like a bat. So I can kind of see where he would make that mistake. So those that don't know, Spawn has the ability to tap into this Hellfire power, but he has a counter. Like the more he uses it, the closer it gets to zero. Once it gets to zero, he gets sent back to hell or something like that. And that was the deal. So he doesn't use it very often, but he's thinking, with the situation, this fight with Batman, he's thinking, I need to tap into it. So he starts to tap into it. You can't really see it because it's all green and the green screen. But that's what he's doing there. And then as he goes to take his shot, it literally fizzles out and disappears. My guess is he can't use it against like innocent people. Batman's, I guess he falls under that category. Or something else is going on. Wait a minute. Okay, so Batman's kind of just pummeling him at this point, and he actually feels it. Like I guess normally he wouldn't feel it really. He's talking about how he feels pain. So apparently something's happening to Spawn. At this point, he's like, and I feel alive. So something's going on here. Oh, it's because it is. It's because he was trying to use his hell power on a human being. So apparently that's part of the deal where he can't use his hell power on humans. That's what I'm getting out of it, at least. So interesting. Okay. Wait a minute. So was it pentagram? I guess it was a pentagram. It just wasn't. Okay. It was a pentagram. It just wasn't. It didn't have the full lines going through, connecting the points. It actually just had the silhouette outline. That's okay. Gotcha. So it was a pentagram. Yeah. So they do. Yeah. Okay. So it was a pentagram, but it wasn't a fully drawn pentagram. So I don't know why that is. Why they made that decision not to actually do like the full connection. Curious about that one. I'm not complaining. It's actually not a bad. I'm actually thinking it's not a bad thing that they did it that way. It's just very interesting, very curious. Because I don't see modern Marvel, DC, whatever, having a problem with that. I've seen plenty of fully drawn pentagrams in the past in comic books. So I don't know. Not really sure at this point what the motivation was behind it. So Batman and Spawn, they had their little tuffle. They did their little fight thing. So yeah, they're temporary allies at least at this moment, trying to figure out what's going on with this investigator guy, this building, why there was a body with a pentagram around it in Crotone, all in blood. So they've got a mystery on their hands, and they're working together now to try and figure it out. Wow. Okay. This is definitely taking a dark turn. So yeah, it's an interesting version of Gotham. Okay, so hello. Okay, so it cuts an overhead view of Gotham City, and the lights have all gone out except for this pentagram star surrounding the building. Something's going down, a la Croton, a la Roanoke Island settlement. Interesting. Keep in mind, Gotham City is much, much larger than that settlement. And then apparently, so whatever juju, voodoo type stuff he's got going on, the dead are actually rising from the Gotham City graveyards. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's getting very dark, very supernatural, very Spawn-esque in Gotham City. Boom, chakalaka. While the evil self may be above. Oh, never mind. Okay, so hello, police. I want you part of a gang at Gotham Cemetery. Teenagers, I think. So, yeah, there's somebody in their apartment building. They live next to the Gotham City graveyard. There's a zombie horde coming out, and they're thinking it's dark out, and they're thinking it's a bunch of teenagers trying to engage in juvenile shenanigans and whatnot. Just a little, bit of humor there to lighten things up. But we have a zombie horde. Wow, this Vesper guy is just he's as bad as they get, whatever he is. Hold on. I'm trying to get. Yeah, there's some dialogue going on. Yeah, this guy's just bad news. Straight up bad news. So this Vesper guy has been giving the speech, and he starts getting really crazy with it. Prepare, for the dead shall join with the living, and with me striding at your head, we will enter the glorious blood-bought gateway to hell. So this guy is just, he is off his rocker evil. Jiminy Cricket. Show gratitude, you worms. Give praise, for soon your souls shall belong to him who is more evil than you can even begin to imagine. That's crazy talk. Crazy? Gulp. No, in fact, I'm completely the opposite. I'm a creature of reason, of cold clinical logic. And then he literally just stabs the guy in the face with his fingers and pokes his eyes out. And yeah, this guy's just bad news. Bad. As bad news as it gets. I don't even know who this Vesper, something to do with Croatoan? Jiminy Cricket. Wow, yeah. Dude's bad news. Yeah, so Batman shows up at the gala, a real gala, and he faces off against Vesper. But then, wait, what? It's a lamp. It's like a kerosene lamp. It's not. I don't know if it's just for like ambience or an atmosphere or something like that, but this lamp is actually fueled. It's not electric. It's fueled. So he throws it at Batman, and then Spawn is investigating the pentagram with Croatoan, and he realizes it's a gateway to hell. That's what, Spawn, he's got the supernatural connection. He can actually see more than just the blood on the ground. Demons from the dark side, boom, boom, boom. Hate so great that love is less than nothing. Yeah, he can see that it's a gateway to hell, and he can see the demons on the other side looking to get it through. So yeah, Spawn is having a tough time of it there, because it's bringing back, it's sending him. He's a tortured character, and he's like, and he can see more than the normal human can. It's just like it's threatening to paralyze him just because of all the stuff that's going through him right there in that moment. Then he breaks free of it, jumps into action. He's trying to do from what I understand about the character, he was a hitman as a human being, not a very good guy, which is why he went to hell. But then makes a deal with the devil, comes back as Spawn, and he's actually in his own way, limited way. He's trying to make amends for his actions, knowing that it's not gonna make a difference to his soul at that point, but he's trying to find a way to make things right, as well as find answers to his death and stuff like that. It's a tragic character. Whoa, what the what? Okay, so this Vesper guy. Hold on. Okay, so this is directly. Okay, at this point they're okay. So first things first. This Vesper guy. Yeah, Batman's fighting him. It's kind of a Bane moment almost, but he doesn't break his back. He just tosses him. So this Vesper guy, he hulks out, but not like Incredible Hulk. This is like the Demon Hulk. I mean, he hulks out in a very bad way. And he's talking about, you're needed in the armies of Satan. Oh, the Armageddon war is coming. You'll serve my dark master, or by his obscene grace, you'll be served up to him. And yeah, so they directly connect the Roanoke Island, the colony despairing, Croatoan, with Armageddon. Interesting. It's an interesting take on that old legend, the old myth. Interesting. Spawn jumps in. Okay. Spawn pops up, does this thing with his Hellfire abilities, traps the guy against the wall, and then, hold on, yeah, I think it's the same guy. Yep, Vesper is a shell I'm wearing. And then the true demon entity reveals itself through Vesper's body, completely takes over and transforms. It's the demon Croatoan. So this is artistic license. Nobody actually knows what Croatoan really meant. Could have been an Indian tribe. It could have been something else. But they turned it into this demon, like full-on demon. And so what they're saying is that the settlers of Roanoke Island were how do you put that? They were conscripted into Satan's army by the demon Croatoan, which is why Croatoan was left, the only thing left behind, scratched into the tree. So that's where they're going with that. Okay, it's a very dark version of events to explain what happened on Roanoke Island so long ago. But it works. It does. It works for the story. I'm honestly a little bit surprised by it. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I need to get an idea what this guy's talking about. Jiminy Cricket, what? Wait. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. That's what they're doing with this one. So, yeah. As a human being, Croatoan actually hired Al Simmons to assassinate Vesper at that exact spot as the blood sacrifice for the ritual that Croatoan was going to need to raise the dead and slaughter hundreds of thousands of Gotham citizens for Satan's Armageddon army. So they're not pulling any punches with this one. I'm a little surprised that DC went this route. It's a decent story. It's actually a decent story. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little surprised by that. What? Jiminy Cricket, man. I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm actually a little interested in this right now, but I'm trying to not sit here and just read the whole thing. I'm just trying to get an idea of what exactly is happening right now. Okay, so Spawn taps into his Hellfire powers, trying to fight this thing because it's a last desperate act. So he taps into his hate, his lust for revenge. Then he remembers her face, and it's love that finally tears the demon apart. Which is interesting, considering he's using hell. So he remembers the love for his wife before he died. He was a bad man, but apparently he did actually love his wife, I guess. And after he defeats the demon, all of these zombies literally return to the graveyard and go back to sleep. They don't just collapse on the streets of Gotham. They walk themselves back to the graves and dig themselves back in the ground and go back to sleep. It's okay. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. This whole thing is supernatural and unreal to begin with, so we'll go with that. I'm wondering where they got this from. So they defeated Croton. They saved hundreds of thousands of Gotham City citizens from damnation and Armageddon. So this is the final page. They're having a chat. I'm wondering about this one. So Batman says, Spawn poses the question, you know the darkness, Batman. What is it that makes one man good and the next man evil? Batman responds with, that's beyond me. But somebody once said, and I want to know who this somebody was, and if it's something somebody actually said, or if they just made it up for this story. That's something I would like to know, actually. Good and evil are not determined by the intercourse of people with one another, but entirely by a man's relations with himself. I'm calling bullshit on that one, and that's why I want to know who said that. I'm curious as to where they got that for this story. But it does end with, so Batman takes off. He's like, the city needs me. And Spawn is having an inner monologue. He's all, a city, invisible souls lost in numbers. He gives, yet asks for nothing. A man who knows what his real face is and wears it with no apology. The kind of man I'll be. So yeah, Spawn, in life, he was a bad man. Dies, goes to hell, makes a deal, comes back, as Spawn. His soul is damned, but he's still trying to atone for what he did in life. That's what makes him an interesting character. That's not how it works, but that's what comic books are about. Going beyond. It's within the boundaries of a reality, but it goes beyond them at the same time. And so it's an interesting take. That's what makes him an interesting character, a tragic character at that. 1994. Okay, so yes, this was 1994, 2 years before the Great Divergence. So for the most part, it's pretty good. It's not. I don't think it's as good as their Images version. I'm not gonna lie. I like Images crossover story better, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Definitely not bad. It is 1994. The key thing that I got a question about is that final page. Somebody once said, good and evil are not determined by the intercourse of people with one another, but entirely by a man's relations with himself. I want to know where they got that from. If they just made that out of thin air for this crossover story, or if somebody said that somewhere that people actually pay attention to, I have no idea. Had devil stuff. No, yeah, I mean that's the whole point. Spawn Al Simmons dies, goes to hell, makes a deal with the devil, or I don't know if it's the devil or one of devil's like lieutenants, something like that. It's a very high power demon. Makes a deal with him, comes back to Earth, alive but not really. As the Spawn, he's not undead. He's not like a zombie. He's something. He's sort of human, but something other than human. He's human, but something other than human. He's like this. Almost like a zombie, almost, but not quite. It's something. He's something different. Let's say. So yeah, it's a very supernatural character, and I mean that's the whole basis of the Spawn character. So yeah, it's good. It's very good versus evil type stuff. Very spiritual type character. In a sense, like I've been saying this entire time. Comic books are heavily inspired by the Bible, plain and simple. Heavily inspired, for better or for worse. whether it's an accurate representation of the Bible or artistic license, taking a departure from the Bible, or just a complete bastardization of the Bible, whatever the case may be. It's very heavily inspired by the Bible. And overall, it was a good story. That final panel, that one quote the Batman gives, that is the only real question mark I've got here. Where did that come from? Because I don't agree with that at all. I do not agree with that at all. Not at all. So I am wondering where they came up with that. Did somebody actually say it? Was it one of these psychologist dudes like Jung or Freud or something like that? Because those guys were nut jobs. And if they're getting it from there, so that statement is very much on the wrong track. Boom, check out. So there you have it, folks. The DC version of the Batman Spawn crossover, War Devil. Not a bad story. I'm a little surprised it was that good coming from DC around that time. Now, it was before the major divergence, but it was on the cusp. It was getting pretty close. But it was good. It was good. Very supernatural, very trippy. Is definitely outside of Batman, outside of the realm of Batman, because Batman doesn't usually deal with that kind of stuff. Which is why Spawn was there. That's the whole reason why Spawn. So it was good. It was good. It was good. Sounds like Crowley. Well, I mean, Crowley is a demon, in Supernatural, and he ends up becoming the king of hell. He takes Satan's place, which is not something no sane human being would ever aspire to. But yeah, it's Crowley, Supernatural. Supernatural is all about. It's all about biblical stuff. It's a complete bastardization of biblical stuff, but it's, angels, demons. Well, it started off monster. It was supernatural, like pure supernatural. So that's one of the things. That's one of the things about the show that I'm just really disappointed in, besides the other stuff. When the show first came out, Supernatural first came out, it was all monster hunting. Monster hunting. Very X-Files like. It was really cool. I loved it. But then they started bringing in the more biblical story arc. Or maybe you could say anti-biblical, because like I said, it's a complete bastardization of the Bible. And at first it was kind of interesting. They brought in, angels, demons, stuff like that. God was missing, which was like, don't get me started on that. And then they completely dropped the actual supernatural stuff, just the monster hunting. And I was always disappointed in that, because that was what really originally got me into the show, was the monster hunting. It's like, just these crazy situations, these crazy monsters doing their thing. And then it became 100% this, basically Bible bashing is what it was. And it's just, I started losing interest, and then it got really weird and outright blasphemous. And it was just like, I stopped watching it, because it went from being a fun supernatural show to just bashing on the Bible, bashing on God directly. And it's just like, they crossed the line. They completely crossed the line. And then they came up with the stupid, they finished the whole Armageddon thing, whatever it seemed like. And they came up, I forget what they're called, the Leviathans or something like that. So they were supposed to be an even older supernatural race that from before Satan or some bullshit. It was just stupid. They eat themselves. Like, what? Look at these huge gaping maws full of teeth, like razor sharp fang teeth. It was just dumb. They ran out of ideas, and they tried to come up with something that was more visually horrific than the concept of like Satan and demons. I'm sorry. It was just stupid. It was silly. It was ridiculous. They eat themselves. They literally eat it. It's just dumb. They did that first season, and I think they pretty much dropped it after that, and they went back to like the biblical stuff, the anti-biblical stuff. It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, where The Bible influenced it, but they twisted it and they bastardized it. It was a completely different thing. Completely different thing. And I just don't know, man. Jimmy Cricket. Yeah. So there you have it. Batman, Spawn, War Devil. It was a very interesting comparison with the Image version of the Spawn Batman crossover. They're both good. It was actually pretty. It was better than I was expecting it to be. It was actually better than I remembered it being. But I do like the Image one a little bit better. Not sure why. It just seemed like it was more fun. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's kind of hard to explain at this point. Haven't had the chance to really compare it and process it and whatnot, but I'm not too worried about it. It's just they're both good. But I'm thinking the Image is a bit better. And just that one statement from Batman at the end, that's got some question marks. I got some question marks about that one. Not gay, ha. What? There's no real woke stuff. Other than that one line at the very end that I got questions about that line. Other than that, there wasn't any real woke stuff in either of those issues, either of those stories. And it's around 1994, so they were good. They were both good. I like. Well, I didn't read it word for word, but went through it and skimmed through it and everything. I like both of them, so I actually would not mind sitting down and reading them both cover to cover again. So that's my final analysis on those in that regard, at least. So they were good. If you get the chance, pick it up, read it. If you like Batman, if you like supernatural stuff, like Spawn specifically, I'd say it's a good read. Yeah, I'd say it's a good read. Just that one statement that Batman makes. Like, where does he come up with that? Someone said. That's all I do is someone said. I'm going to have to look that one up. I'm going to have to look that one up and see if, actually, you know what? Let's do that real quick. I want to see. I had this feeling it's got to be like John, like one of those freaking psychologists or something crap. Good and evil are not determined. And evil are not determined by the intercourse of people with one another. That sounds like a direct quote. Is how they wrote that. Intercourse of people with one another. Okay, so let's see if this brings up the real me. So a lot of psychology stuff is popping up. Not a direct quote. I'm not finding any direct quotes that match what Batman said. But I'm finding a lot. It's Psychology Today. Psychology Today, they're directly making the claim that good and evil is fluid. No. Good and evil is not fluid. Good is good, evil is an evil, plain and simple. So here's what I'm thinking. Because if this was a direct quote from somebody, it would have popped up. It is bringing up stuff from psychology websites, stuff like that. It would have popped up. But it's not. So here's what I'm thinking. Oh, like ginger is fluid? No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're psychologists. They're literally trying to say that good and evil are fluid. And it's no. So this let me remind you what Batman said. But somebody once said, good and evil are not determined by the intercourse of people with one another, but entirely by man's relations with himself. Wrong. No. Wrong. Because what that statement says to me is that it doesn't matter what you do to other people. You can do good things to people. You can do bad things to people. That doesn't make you evil. It's what you do to yourself that makes you good. That makes no fucking sense whatsoever. So here's my thought. Here's my theory on this. Overall, it's a good read. But that one, they couldn't help themselves. They had to put something in there. They had to put something in there. They couldn't not put something in there. They couldn't do it. They couldn't help themselves. Whatever their intention was, I don't even know at this point. This is 1994. This is before stuff was already the woke stuff was already there in 1994. Before then, 95, 96 was the Great Divergence, where it came to the forefront in force. Something was going on there, and so here's my theory. Just based on that light research that I just did, looking it up, and based on what psychology websites had to say, here's what I'm thinking. Somebody did not actually say that, and somebody said it's because they made it up for the story. They made it up for the comic book, for the crossover. They completely made up that statement. However, they made it up based on things that people have said, like psychologists. Not even like a specific stuff. They heard some stuff, maybe from like their psychology class, something like that, and fashioned that in anonymous quote for the story. Even though it's completely inaccurate and completely untrue, they made it up, but it was inspired by stuff that they had heard from other people. I'm guessing psychologists at minimum. So that's my theory as to where they came up with that line. It was not an actual quote that anybody actually said. It was an amalgamation, a chimera of things that they had heard, and they just put it together, trying to sound deep and philosophical, and failing miserably. It's like, what? Like a paraphrase from Aleister Crowley. Yeah. This was before Supernatural, but yeah, it's basically what it sounds like. Paraphrase from Aleister Crowley, who hung out with Joy and Fruit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good way to put it. That's a very not metaphor. The other one's similar. It's a very nice way to put it out there, Remy. It's like, no, I like that. A paraphrase from Aleister Crowley, who hung out with Jung and Freud. I like that. I do. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good way to describe that one. So yeah, that's it's interesting. And keep in mind, there were 3 guys that wrote that. 3 guys. 3. This was not a single writer. 3 guys wrote this story. Doug Moench, Chuck Dixon, Alan Grant. Klaus Johnson was the penciler and the colorist. But yeah, the top 3 names, they worked together. They collaborated to write this story. So the question is, which one of them was responsible for that one line at the end? Was it all 3 of them? Did they all pitch in on that? Or was it one of those guys was maybe like a student of psychology or some nonsense? I don't know. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta watch out for this stuff. It's just like, overall it's a good story. Overall it's a good read. But then you get that nonsense at the end. It's just like, no, it's not even close. Not even close. They're saying that it doesn't matter what you do to other people. It only matters what you do to yourself. What the fuck kind of philosophy is that? No. No. Grandmaster Mason. I don't know anything about the Grandmasters and whatnot. I thought about joining the Freemasons at one point, but I don't know. It's there's some questions about them. I don't think people that join the Freemasons are inherently like. I don't think they're doing it for bad reasons. No, I think the lower, from what I understand about the Freemasons, like the lower level guys, they're just normal dudes that they're trying to do good in society and whatnot. But then the higher up you get, from what I've learned about some of the higher level stuff that rituals they go through, there's some weird stuff going on. And it kind of tells me that at least the higher ups, there's something going on there. Something maybe not good. I mean, you gotta understand, our forefathers were Freemasons. So that's one thing that people seem to forget. Our forefathers were Freemasons. And they were spiritual guys. They were godly men. People seem to forget that. They were Freemasons. And they built this country as a Christian nation for God. I'm not going to get into this. We're not going to go any deeper into this because that's not what we're here for. But there's, I don't know. No, there's definitely some, from what I have read about it, I'd say you got to take it, well, from what I've read, I take it with a grain of salt because it's not like it's stuff I've read on the internet, and it's like, it's not, I don't know. I don't know how accurate it is. Let's put it that way, from what I've seen. But there's some what I have seen, there's some questionable stuff. At the same time, the forefathers were in fact Freemasons. I don't know. I'm undecided on that as far as those guys go. But I don't know. Well, so anyways, yeah, Batman Spawn, War Devil. Overall good read. Very strange ending from Batman there. And I'm thinking that was just at best a misguided attempt at sounding philosophical and deep. At best, misguided effort. If not something else. It's like, I don't know. Other than that, it's a good story. It's an interesting story. An interesting take on Roanoke Island, the disappearance of the Roanoke settlers, the word Croton carved into the tree and everything. It's just it's a fun, interesting take on that actual historical event that took place in early American history there. So boom, shakalaka, there you have it, Batman Spawn. I liked it, but I think I like the Image one better. So that's it's going back into the collection, and there you have it for today. Yeah, I think that's going to wrap it up here. It was a good one. I enjoyed it. The spider, freaking cricket, Scarlet Spider, definitely some wonkiness going on there. Yeah, November 95, right in the middle of that divergence. So it's not the wonkiness in there, not too surprising. But not as bad as it could have been. But it's still there. It's still there. Jiminy Cricket, man. Jiminy Cricket. So yeah, 95.5. So 17 years after all this is when I checked out of comic books. 94, like 95, 96, the Great Divergence, they started getting really weird with it. Even then, it still took me personally 17 years to finally have enough because it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And I finally got to the point where I was like, yeah, I'm tired of this. I'm just tired of it. Like, I used to put up with it because it's like, okay, well, freedom of speech and all that stuff. But that doesn't mean I got to put money into it. That doesn't mean I have to invest time, resources, money, all that stuff. Doesn't mean I have to support it. Okay, these weirdos, they can take over and they can do what they want with it. They can destroy these characters. They can destroy these universes. 2012, I realized, you know what? I don't have to support it with my money. I don't have to. Doesn't matter how much I love the original characters, these modern versions, these modern iterations, these bastardizations. I am not required to fund them. I am not required to hand over my cash. So that's when, you know, it took me 17 years. That's how much I loved these characters, how much I love the original stuff, the old school stuff. When you enjoy something that much, when it becomes such a major part of your life, it is very difficult to let it go. It really is. That's just human nature. That's just part of being human. It took me personally 17 years to cut the cord. 95, 96, that's when things really started to get weird in comic books. Even then, it still took me 17 years to snip, snip, snip. Why? Because I'm the original geek, the original gamer. Comic books are in my blood. Going back to since I was a kid. Video gaming in my blood. Since I was a kid. Since the days of Pong. It's in my blood. And they poisoned it. They poisoned the well. And there's a proof of it. There's a proof of it right here. Right here. This is the proof. Batman, Spawn, War Devil, stuff like this is the proof. It is the evidence that they don't want you to know exists. So that's why they're turning everything digital, so they can get rid of the evidence. This is why your collection is more important than ever, not for financial reasons, for the sake of history, pop culture history. We're doing pop culture archaeology here on the House of G. And every time I do this, it becomes more and more apparent just how important it really is. I'm definitely going to have to replace this one. This board is too big for the bag. It doesn't want to stay shut. Oh my gosh. So yeah, there you have it there, folks. The journey continues. We will continue with this pop culture archaeology, deep diving into the history of comic books and whatnot, the stories, what used to be good about it, where it went wrong, why it's the modern stuff, why it even exists now. This is why. 95, 96, the Great Divergence. That's when comic books really, it was already, there were hints of it already before that. But that's when it really started to take off. Really started to take off. 95, 5, 15, 25. Son of a biscuit, man. Is my math right? 95, 2005, 2015. We're currently sitting at 26 years. Yeah. This woke stuff has been in high gear for 26 years. And people still, either people's standards have gotten dangerously low, or some of these other channels are legitimately just hypocritical scammers. They're straight up scammers. I honestly don't know which it is at this point. Because when you go back to this stuff, it's completely different. Completely different than what's being put out there today. Completely different. Invincible, trash. The Boys, trash. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Invincible and The Boys. The concept was sound. It was a sound idea. Your son was born in 1996. That is unfortunate because he missed out on the good stuff. That's unfortunate. You can always give them some back issues, though. You know, let them read up on the good stuff. That's like Jiminy Cricket, man. And that's another thing. Yeah, there's 26 years. Was that like 1.5, 2 full generations that grew up on the trash, straight up on the trash. At least 2 generations grew up on the trash. That explains a lot right there. Holy cow. I mean, that explains so much right there with that one statement. 2 generations, at least 2 generations have grown up on the trash that they've been pushing. which can explain why Invincible and The Boys are being pushed as good stuff when it's not. The Boys, Invincible, are nowhere near the level of this. And I actually prefer the Image story over this. And yet this is still by leaps and bounds better than Invincible and The Boys. I should tell you something right there. Well, it's because the comics of his age were trash. Like straight trash. Like just, it's like, I can't blame him. That's good to hear. No, I'm glad he recognized that and never got into the modern comic books, because the modern stuff is just a dumpster fire. But if he ever wants to look into the back issues from before 1995, he might be pleasantly surprised. I'm not pushing it. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. He might be pleasantly surprised, along with a lot of other people. See, there are a lot of people that love the movies and whatnot, but they don't understand the comic book characters because they've never read the real stuff. If they have read the comic book stuff, they've read the modern stuff, not the back issues, not the original stuff that the creators actually created. Wow. Okay, so pictures coming together. It's getting clearer. We're doing the pop culture archaeology. I'm learning stuff as we're having this conversation. Pictures getting clearer. Wow. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. It does kind of it does shed some light on the current situation in different ways. Wow. Jimmy Cricket. Like why people actually seem to enjoy Invisible and The Boys, because they don't. Now there are some of these channels, they're old enough, they should know better. They should. That's the thing. I can't give them a potential pass because they're old enough to know better, which tells me that they are in fact hypocritical. And the fact that they're so close buddies with these other channels, that tells me that they're just hypocrites as well. So that's why House of G is doing its own thing at this point. I mean, it would have been so easy to say the popular things, turn a blind eye to the stuff that would have turned people away. I could have easily hooked onto that. I so easily could have hooked onto that group. I could have. It would have been so easy. But I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. See where we are. Here we are. House of G stands alone. I'm used to that. I'm used to standing alone. That was an easy decision for me, comparatively speaking. Here we are. So, boom chakalaka. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Interesting indeed. Wow. Yeah, the evidence board continues to expand, and the picture gets clearer. Out here with you. Well, no, I'm glad somebody's out here with me, Remy. And you're not even a comic book fan. You're not even into this stuff. So it's absolutely amazing. You're here all the time, like hanging out and having the conversation, because you're not even a comic book fan. It's like, and it's not a complaint. It's not an insult. I'm happy you're here, Remy. It feels like loners are coming together. Well, I don't know about you. I'm a loner for a reason. It's because the warm, fuzzy feelings are not enough. It's the reason people grasp onto it so hard and it's so difficult for them to let it go. It's because in spite of the lunacy, in spite of the nonsense, the familiarity, the nostalgia, it makes them feel warm and fuzzy in a way that's difficult to find in the real world. So it's difficult for them to let that go. I've learned how to recognize it and let it go, because I've learned it's not a good thing. It is not a good thing for you. You've got to. It's actually dangerous. You've got to recognize that stuff. Be like, wait a minute. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting the warm fuzzies, but is it for a good reason or a bad reason? If it's for a bad reason, you've got to cut it loose. If it's for a good reason, yeah, hold on to it, protect it. If it's for a bad reason, you gotta, no matter how warm and fuzzy it makes you feel, you gotta recognize it and cut it loose. You can't embrace it and protect it just because the warm fuzzies. It's not a blanket excuse to support wickedness and evil. I don't like most people for long periods of time. It's the way of the world. America was a strong country at its founding for a couple hundred years there. Actually, for the last 100 years, 1960s were the big turning point where America started really getting weak. But they've been chipping away at the foundation for the last 100 years, if not more. But the 1960s is when they really started. World War II was the catalyst. Women were forced out of the homes into the factories in order to support the war effort. We won the war. The men came home. Some of the women went back into the home. Some of them refused. Some of them wanted to stay in the workforce. So we won World War II, but it caused damage to our society because, just look what happened. 1960s. 1950s were like pretty much the golden age of the country, especially as far as families went. And then the 1967, which rolled into the 70s, 80s, 90s, in the modern era of society. 1960s is really when things really started to fall apart for society. And then pop culture, comic books at least, 95, 96, it took a hard turn. Interesting, to say the least. I forgot to put this back up. I knew I was going to forget. Yeah, just working on new ideas for the format and everything. The desk, got the new channel icon and the new desk and everything. Just working on ideas and stuff, and it's easy to, especially when it's a new idea. It's easy to forget to push a button. Oh, Jimmy Cricket. Okay, so, okay, I think it's about that time. All right, just lost in thought at this moment. Thoughts are just traveling down rabbit holes. So I think that's a clue, a hint that it's kind of time to call it a day here. Oh, the world is gripped in the midst of lunacy right now. Things are just crazy out there. So just trying to forget about things for a little while, at least, as much as possible. Deep dive, into some pop culture, specifically comic book archaeology and whatnot in this case. And, reminisce about the good old days. Take a look at some actual good comic book stories. A little contrast comparison with the modern stuff. Dig up some of those artifacts to help paint a bigger, clearer picture of what has gone down over the last 30, 40 years. I think we're doing it. I think we're getting there. I find it fascinating. I find it interesting. Hopefully you guys do too. Not just you, Remy. Anybody else that's watching. I know, Remy, you're my only regular, but somebody else could be watching. So I'm not always talking directly to you, just saying. This is an interesting evolution in entertainment and whatnot. It's fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Like just the direct interaction is just it's evolutionary in terms of all of that. Wow, yeah. All right, well, I hope you guys have a great day there. Thank you for hanging out with the House of G. And there you have it. We went through some Scarlet Spider, and then the DC side of the Batman Spawn crossover event, 1994. I hope someone else's are watching. Yeah, I hope so too, because that would be nice. I know people have popped in and out in the past. I don't know how often. I don't usually pay attention to the stream data while I'm streaming because it's just distracting. Somebody else did pop in early on, and then they popped right back out. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I'm doing something different. I honestly don't expect it to ever catch on because people don't like that kind of change. Even if it's for the better, they don't like that kind of change. And they just want, especially if they were born around that era and this is all they know. If this is all they know, they don't want you telling them that their pop culture is trash. They don't want to hear that. That's not what they want to hear. It's not the popular thing to say. But I've been a geek, and I'm the original geek, the original gamer. I've been doing this all my life since a lot of these people were born. I know what it used to be like. I know what pop culture used to be. I know what it is now, and I know how different it is and how bad it's gotten. Nobody wants to talk about it. So, all right. I'm going to try and do something. I'm doing something different here. I'm going to be the one person that's talking about it. Slower, contemplative format will be hard for them to adjust to, but they can. I hope you're right, because I think I've got something here. It's just, being YouTube, people used to like short videos, 10-minute videos, 5-minute videos, little bits. And I understand that. I totally understand that. That's what YouTube was built on. Our gen are memory keepers. That's true. That is actually a really good point. Being, especially in this day and age, the younger generation, especially okay, here's the thing. When I was a kid, I remember being a kid. I remember being a teenager. I would love to read. I was always into taking the time to read the stuff and all that. Even then, a lot of kids weren't. Well, the kids did read more. They did read more back in the day, from what I understand, from what I've witnessed. It's as much as a problem of public education, parents not being involved in their kids' lives and education, and having the proliferation of the internet where it's like boom, 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 instant gratification, instant information, instant entertainment, boom, boom, boom. Now. Everyone wants it now. Has to be now. No time to think, no time to contemplate, no time to consider. It's warm fuzzies. It makes you feel good. Doesn't matter how bad it is for you. It makes you feel good, and that's all that matters. That's where we're at. For me personally, it's time to take a step back. That's what I'm trying to do here. Take a step back. Really think about this stuff. Not just sit there and not gut shot reactions designed to fool people, to build just the warm fuzzies. It's all about the warm fuzzies. The quick warm fuzzies. The funny, oh, ha, ha, I'm laughing, ha, ha. You're a funny guy. Yeah, these guys, they're funny. I've been told I'm a funny guy at times, but I got to be in the right mindset. And this stuff does not put me in that mindset. This does not make me feel all ha ha Jim Carrey laughing out, goofy, silly, cracking joke, ha 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 ha. That's not what this makes me feel like. The current situation. Now this is a good one. Overall this is a good story. I enjoyed it. But we're not just here to read the stuff and whatnot. We're doing contrast and comparison pop culture archaeology, and that doesn't make me feel like a funny guy. Because I can see the big picture. I can see what they've done, and they've ruined so many childhood memories for me. Well, they haven't ruined the childhood memories. They've ruined stuff from my childhood, and that angers me. Some kids these days do not know how to turn pages in a book or look up a word in a dictionary, and that is true. A lot of some of them don't. Kids, so many parents nowadays, the internet is the babysitter for their children. And that's a problem. I'm not saying pop culture is bad. Pop culture matters. But there have been some societal changes that have put us in this position. And unfortunately, our pop culture is not what it used to be. Captain America, let me give you an example. Captain America. They literally recently wrote an issue of Captain America talking absolute shit about America. Oh, the American dream they literally call out the American dream as a lie. And this is in the form of Captain America. He's calling it all a lie. The comic book icon for America, for the United States of America. The comic book icon that represents the United States of America. And he's calling the American dream a lie. I'm not paraphrasing. Quite literal. This is why we're here today, folks, on the House of G. We're past the jokes. We're past the sarcasm. It's time to get serious. It really is. I want to be able to get back to cracking jokes and just having a good time. I want to get back to that. But we can't get back to that until we write the course of the ship. That's where we're at. It's not going to be doom and gloom forever. We have to write the course of the ship first. In order to do that, we have to deep dive. We have to do the deep dive pop culture archaeology. We have to identify the problem before we can fix it. And that's what we're doing here. These other channels, they're just looking to make a name for themselves. They're just looking to be popular. They're looking to make money. Plain, period, end of story. That's all they're about. They're not about fixing the problem. They made that very clear with their hypocrisy and their double standards. They don't care about fixing the problem. I do. That's why I'm staying alone. I've been staying alone my entire life. And you know what? If this channel never takes off, that's fine. At least I can live with myself. At least I can sleep at night. Jiminy Cricket, man. Every single time this stream, it takes a turn that I'm not expecting. It takes a turn that I don't see it coming. It's like we can do it. In the immortal words of the random dude from Waterboy. We can do it. It's like, what? It's all good. But that is why Rebel Squadron is my main channel. Because if one of my channels is going to take off, it's going to be Rebel Squadron. But I've got this on the side. This is my passion project channel. So I can take that risk. I can, because I don't ever expect this channel to make money. I honestly don't. But I'm gonna keep doing it for as long as I can. Like this right here is a thought process I haven't had before, not until this moment live on this stream. This is a brand new thought process. Synapses are firing, forming those pathways right here live on screen for you to see for yourself. I think this is the one that honestly, I want Rebel Squadron to blow up like big, because I've got ideas for that channel. I want it to blow up huge, because there's so much stuff I can do with that. Now I will keep this. No, don't worry. I'm not scrapping this channel. No matter what happens here, I'm not scrapping it. I'm keeping it going. Remy. That, and the other doesn't matter. I'm keeping this one going. Same thing with the Rebel Squadron. I'm going to keep it going as much as I can, because I am trying to do something there too. It is within the realm of like I'm trying to focus more on the positive side of gaming and pop culture and stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to have my fun with it. I'm having my fun over on Rebel Squadron, and then here, that frees me up here to do this. Two sides of the same coin. Because what I'm doing here, I can't do over there. What I'm doing there, I can't do here. I think that's where I'm at with this. Two sides of the same coin. Because I love this stuff. I do. If I didn't love this stuff, I wouldn't be doing this on this channel. It's original, deep, philosophical. People are searching. I hope they are. Few. What I do on my sleep here. I love that remnant. No, I do. And here's the thing, though. I need Rebel Squadron to blow up so I can start making money off of it, so I can keep doing this full time like this. Because if it doesn't blow up, at some point, I'm gonna have to go back to a regular 9-to-5 job, and it's gonna make it difficult to keep doing it on this stable schedule. I'll be able to keep doing it. It's gonna get more sporadic. That's the problem. So I need one of these channels to blow up, and it's probably gonna have to be Rebel Squadron. Like maybe someday this will blow up. Maybe someday it will, but I really think Rebel Squadron's got the best chance of having it blow up sooner rather than later, to the point where I can make a living off of it and keep this going the way that I'm going right now. Mondays are one or the other. So it seems like, right? It's yeah. So it seems like no. I'm just this is good for me too. Like I'm glad it has that effect for you on your end, but it's good for me too because I'm busting a hump from a main channel. I work constantly trying to get that thing improved to up the game over there and everything. Just go boom, 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 and I'm learning so much, like so freaking much. And on top of that, let me tell you a secret. I'm learning skills from a main channel that I will be able to parlay into a professional career if it comes to pass that way. If my channel doesn't blow up and I'm able to make a living off of it, I'm going to have to go back to just regular work. And the skills that I'm building through these channels, primarily Rebel Squadron at this point, I can parlay those learned skills into a career. And I'll be able to keep doing this stuff part-time. It's not going to be nearly as regular and often as the problem. So, no, I'm bit by this. I got the passion for it, and I'm not giving this up, not anytime soon. One way or the other. One way or the other. Well, however all this plays out, I have no idea how it's going to play out. One way or the other, I'm not giving it up. I'm not. So, it's going to be an interesting ride. There's a lot of uncertainty ahead of us, but that's super cool and skill set building. Yeah, thank you. No, yeah, it's one thing I've been wondering. Like I've been doing this for over a year now, 14 months, 15 months. I'm gonna try to figure out. Like I don't regret doing it. I'm fully glad that I took this route. We were all clueless. Even at my age, there's still so much to learn. So much. I'm still learning so much. The stuff that I thought I knew as a younger man, I was wrong about a lot of stuff. Let's put it that way. I was wrong about a lot of stuff. Yeah, clueless babes all around. Younger ones are usually way more clueless than they realize. At least at my age, I realize how clueless I really am. Oh, doggy. Boom shakalaka. This thing does not want to stay closed. I got to get a new board for this one at least. I'll have to swap that out here. But, yeah, this has been an interesting conversation. It has been. And it's been a reassuring one because it's like just the future is so uncertain, especially right now. Right now, with everything that's going on in the world right now, it's nothing but uncertainty. Like, I don't even know. Not only do I not know where these channels are going to go for me, I have no idea where the country's going to go. I have no idea where the world's going. We are just living in an age of uncertainty that just boggles the mind. I'm trying to build something, but at the minimum, I'm also trying to tread water, you know? And I'm almost in over my head at this point. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. If the world wasn't in such just the state that it's in right now, it'd be less concerning. But I don't know, that's just where we're at. It's like, I just don't even know, man. I don't even know. No, dude, I appreciate you, Remy. You're the only regular I've got. I appreciate you. I really do. Hope you know that. It's like the fact that anybody wants to hear what I have to say is just it's reassuring, to say the least. It's a nice change. Most of the time, people don't want to hear what I have to say. Grab the life preserver and hang on tight. Christ is my rock. He is my life preserver, and believe me, I am holding on for dear life. That fact will not change, ever. This is not a Christian channel. I like NF. NF is not a Christian rapper. He's a rapper who happens to be a Christian, and his faith comes through in his music. This is not a Christian channel. Neither one of my channels are Christian channels. However, I am a YouTuber who happens to be a Christian. My faith will come through that. Fact. But I'm not going to sit here and beat people over the head with it either. I'm not here to preach at people. So I got no problem talking about the Bible, bringing up scripture when it's appropriate, especially when these comic book companies are drawing heavily inspiration from the Bible. It's just where it's at. So, now I'm feeling very contemplative right now. Like I'm just, my mind is going in like 1,000 different directions right now that I wasn't expecting. This has been an incredible experience. For you and anybody else that's watching, I do hope that you enjoy the content and everything. For me, it's just like, it's been surprising. It's just transformational in some ways. It's just like, it does put me in a contemplative mood. Dude, it's just Jimmy Cricket. I don't even know how to describe it. It's been crazy. Absolutely crazy. In a good way. Overall. There's hope. There's always hope. There's always hope. There's the hope of light. It's just, human beings, we're built for hope. We are. We really are. No matter how bad it gets, how dark it gets, there's that spark of hope that you cannot extinguish. Some people do give it up, and they take the ultimate way out. And it sucks. It sucks when they do that. It sucks when it really does. But overall, I mean, you can never extinguish the spark of hope that lives within humanity. I really believe that. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to think that. They don't want you to believe that. That's part of what they're doing here. Like the stuff that was going on in here. The weird wonky stuff that was going on in here. It wasn't like a completely bad story. I mean, it was a decent enough story and everything. But this is November '95. This is right smack in the middle of the Great Divergence. So it was coming out. It was coming out. Some weird stuff in this one. It was still a decent story, but there was definitely some weird stuff in here. And it's on purpose. It's because they don't want you to have that hope. They don't want you to man, they don't want you to have that positive stuff in your life. They don't want you to have that spark of hope in your life. They're trying to drive that out. That's what they're trying to do. Pop culture matters. I mean, not just because it's fun stuff. It has an impact. It has an incredible impact on society. If you don't believe me, you're not paying attention to what's going on. Movies, television, comic books, you're not paying attention. Snap point, hope it out, man, hope it out, snap, boom. Let's preach it. But yeah, the people in charge of our pop culture, they don't want you to have that spark of hope. They don't want you to feel good about yourself. They don't. That's why they want everybody to be the same. They don't want you to feel good about being an individual. They want you to be one of the Borg, one of the masses, the faceless, mindless masses. There are no men. There are no women. There's no masculinity. There is no femininity. Everybody's the same. Everybody looks the same. Everybody's androgynous. Everything is interchangeable. They don't want you to feel like an individual. But you are. You are an individual. They don't want you to accept yourself as you are, as you actually truly are, based on your biology and who you are as a person. The real you. Not this mental illness, warped bastardization of what you really are. That's why they're pushing this woke nonsense, this woke agenda. They want to snuff out the hope, the spark of hope that exists inside of you. I don't speak out against this stuff because I hate people. I speak out against this stuff. Well, one, I love this stuff. This is a major part of my childhood. But two, something I haven't really touched on before. Because I love people. I do. I really do love people. They piss me off. They annoy me. They irritate me. But I love people. I speak out because I see them floundering. I see them suffering. And it sucks. I'll give you an example. Nerdrotic. Friday Night Tights. When I was still involved in those groups of channels and that community they had going, there was a conversation being had on Friday Night Tights, the live stream. I love people too when they're asleep. That's a good one. That's an old one. It's an oldie but a goodie. Friday Night Tights. There's a conversation being had. They keep pushing. They make fun of the woke agenda, which is built on feminism and homosexuality. But then they turn around and they promote homosexuality and feminism. It's a complete hypocrisy. I've already touched on that. This stream, I'm not going to go back down that one. Point being, I threw out a super chat. I am a certified biologist. You might think it's stupid for me to say that, but you know what? I put myself through some freaking serious study to become a biologist. I earned it. I'm going to put that to work. If you don't respect that fact, I don't care. I respect that fact. So I put it out there in a super chat. Homosexuality is not genetic. It's not. There's zero evidence that sexual choice, sexual lifestyle orientation, choice is genetic. There's zero evidence. And they keep every single time, oh wait, they discovered this. Every single time, they're so sure of themselves that they discovered some sort of genetic, biological driving force for homosexuality. Every single time, I look into it, and they're wrong. It's not evidence. It's their interpretation of the evidence. The evidence is it's not I can't go any deeper without getting into a science lesson. We're already over 3 hours here. Well, I just thought about that statement. You said oldie but goodie. Wow. No, yeah, that I love people too when they're sleeping. I remember that from back in the day. That's an old one. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. But yes, I threw that out there in the super chat, and Gary from Nerdrotic, he confessed something that was very surprising. Something that I would not put this information out there if I were him. When he was in high school, he knew this guy. Him and his friends, his circle in high school, they knew this guy, and he was trying so hard to find a girlfriend to get a heterosexual relationship going. He was trying so hard. Sam's probably interested. Nah, you can't read too much into everything, Remy. That's not a good way to live life. Some sayings are just sayings. They're simple. They're innocent. That's where we're at in this day and age. Everybody's paranoid about everything. And I'm not saying there isn't stuff out there that these, like CIA organizations, whatever, that they've been. I'm not saying they're not doing stuff, because they are, but not everything is insidious. I love people too when they're sleeping. No, that's just a common. People have the ability to come up with stuff like that, and I've come up with stuff like that. I like to use the term dumpster turnip. It's a turnip that's grown in a dumpster, and nobody in their right mind will eat it. I'm glad you see that, because it's like you worry I worry about you sometimes. It's like, I don't want you to get bogged down in this stuff too much. Just sometimes life is just life. Sometimes stuff just comes from normal average people, and it is meant to be funny, and it is funny. So it's like, don't get caught up. It's like a negative feedback loop. There is truth to some of those theories, but sometimes we apply those theories to things that's just, they really are just innocuous, innocent stuff that people come up with. And I really believe that's one of them. So it's I love people too when they're sleeping. People say it all. It's just those things. I don't like saying it personally, but it's been around a long time. Point being, so getting back on track here. Friday Night Tights. He revealed, so him and his buddies, him and his friends, his circle of friends, they knew this guy trying to be, and they were like, We knew he was gay. He didn't know he was gay, but we knew he was gay. Well, that's not genetics speaking. That's not biology speaking. There's a word for that. There's a phrase for that. There's a term for that. That term is peer pressure. That is peer pressure. And he went on to confess this live on Friday Night Tights, live on stream. They convinced that guy that he was gay. They convinced him he was gay. Not because he was genetically gay. He was peer pressured into the homosexual lifestyle by his own friends. This guy was busting a hump trying to land a girlfriend. Gary from the Dark and his circle of friends at the time convinced this guy that he was homosexual. It's not genetic. And you don't understand. He tried to use this story as justification that homosexuality was somehow genetic. Completely blind to the reality that he was part of the peer pressure that pushed this guy into the homosexual lifestyle. It's one of the reasons why I started to disengage from this community on YouTube, of these channels. Because it was one of the straws that broke the camel's back. I couldn't justify it anymore. I just couldn't reconcile it. And then, but it doesn't stop there. So I don't remember if it was that stream or the next stream after that, Friday Night Tights. Somebody else posted a super chat. He's like, I've struggled with homosexuality. It's like he didn't used to be gay, then he became gay, and then he's like wondering. He was specifically asking Gary. He's like, do you think it's possible for somebody to stop being gay? And they pretty much ignored the question. That's one of the reasons why I posted my own super chat. Is like, actually, no, it was the same channel. That's why I posted my super chat. It's like, homosexuality is not gay, or homosexuality is not genetic. And that's where the conversation began, because this dude was saying, he was like, is it possible for somebody to stop being gay? Because the guy was struggling with his lifestyle choice. He didn't feel good about it, which is why he was asking the question to begin with. And he wanted to know if he could stop being gay. This was live on Friday Night Tights. He wanted to know if he could stop being gay. And they ignored him. They have no problem pushing, gay is okay. But when somebody asks the question live on Friday Night Tights, is it possible to stop being gay? They ignored him. I was the only one that spoke out, trying to get a message to this guy. And I made a video about it. I was the only one trying to reach out to this guy through the super chats. Hey, you don't have to be gay. If you've come to the realization you're not happy, if there's something wrong with your lifestyle choice and you know it, you can make that change. But they ignored it. And they spoke out against it. When I put that out there, they argued again, and then just not the first time somebody's done this. That dumbass Gary, he actually very subtly tried to question my own sexuality, which is what they do. They try to make you get all defensive. It's not, you can fuck yourself. I'm heterosexual. I've always been heterosexual. Let me put it to you this way: if sexuality is genetic, I am genetically heterosexual. If it is not, guess what? I'm never going to choose that lifestyle. It's not going to happen. You will have to kill me first. I've seen that happen. Yeah, I've seen it happen multiple times, actually. Look what the cards did to the Jenner. Yeah, freaking Bruce Jenner. What the hell happened to that dude? JK, maybe? No, JK about it. No JK about it. I guarantee you they had an influence. Milo Y has denounced homosexuality. That is surprising. That I've not heard, because every time I've heard him, the guy talking about it, he's always seems to be all one of those loud and proud type of guys. And he's openly talked about his experiences, and it's freaking disturbing as hell. Well, he's admitted to. He's admitted to the stuff they did as a minor. Disturbing. But if he's come out and had denounced it, that's good to hear. Because people are fans of this guy. And it's freaking disturbing. Good for you, those guys failed. Yes, they failed miserably, which is why which is part of the catalyst of why I've separated myself from those circles. Why I'm standing on my own at this point. How did we even get in this conversation? Why? Because pop culture matters. That's why. That's how we got in this conversation. This guy, this guy. He was reaching out for help. He was looking for help, live on Friday Night Tights, and they ignored his cry for help. And that is evidence right there. These people, number one, they're full of shit. Number two, the homosexual lifestyle is inherently destructive, because when somebody tries to get out, it is also a cult. Somebody tries to get out of the lifestyle, at best they will ignore you. Your cries for help. They will ignore your pleas to, hey, how do I get out of this? At worst, they will destroy you for trying to leave. That's why these people are full of shit. They're hypocrites at best. Personally, I think they know I think they know exactly what they're doing. Let me see. But Mike Donovan. I think the guy's name is Mike Donovan. Where is it? Where is it? Friday Night Tights. Yeah. Oh, Dan Donovan. Friday Night Tights Disappointment. A message for Dan Donovan. It's one of the videos I made November 24th of 2020. So if anybody's interested, feel free to check that out. You'll get the exact details directly from that video. I think I even included links to the. I included a link to the live stream where that took place. So if anybody's interested, feel free to check that out. He even is actively in gay conversion therapy. Really? Okay. And that's because I've heard recently that they've done brain scans, and the brain scans of homosexuals are actually fairly similar to paranoid schizophrenics. I believe it. This is why my channel will never be monetized, because YouTube does not like these conversations. This is why Rebel Squad it's part of why Rebel Squadron is my main channel and my main focus, because I need to be able to make a living doing this. Rebel Squadron is my best chance of doing that. Happily, I will. Okay, no, I appreciate that, Remy. It's good to know. Yeah, feel free to check that. I don't know if you want me to, I can throw the link down. I think I can throw the link into the live chat. Let's see, where was I? November 24th. There it is. So this is the video that I made in response to that situation and as a message for Dan Donovan. And yeah, so that's the video link I did. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this, because I have not seen a single voice out there speaking about these things. And this stuff needs to be talked about. It needs to be talked about. I never thought I'd be the one talking about it, but here I am. So here we are. I just wanted to have fun. I wanted to get in on the fun stuff, make the content, make people laugh and whatnot. But here we are. But that's why I've got Rebel Squadron. That's my good time style. That's my good time channel. hopefully at some point I'll be able to make this more lighthearted and everything. But right now, this stuff needs to be talked about first before we can get to that point. So, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna do what needs to be done. Okay, so Jimmy Craig, he's actively in gay conversion therapy. That is news. That is interesting. That's fascinating. I'm glad for him. I'm happy for him. I am voluntarily single. I do not. Dating is a nightmare. It is a waste of time. I don't date. I'm here. I'm fun. No. Yeah. No, that's not what I meant there. Right? It's like, no. It's like, no, yeah. When you put it, when you say that, yeah. No. I'm having fun. I am having fun. I know. I'm having fun talking to you, stuff like that. It's just, I'm not sure what I meant there. I guess maybe I'm confusing fun with popular. That might be what's going on. I might be confusing fun with popular, because I am having fun. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm laughing. We have the conversation going, and it's like jokes do fly. It's just not. I guess it's just not the more popular type of fun, I guess you could say. Because these guys are getting big. I mean, look at the quartering. The quartering is like, he's huge, over 1 million. I unsubscribed from him recently because the gay pride stuff was the final straw for me. I was like, okay, enough of this. I'm all for people speaking, having their play. I'm not calling to cancel him. That's what I'm doing. I'm not calling to cancel him. I stopped subbing from him. I stopped watching him because there's this, the guy's, I'm sorry, but the guy's an idiot. He says stuff. Sometimes he's on track with stuff, but then like even when he's on track, he'll say something that's just so boneheaded, and it's just like I can't. I freaking can't. So if you guys enjoy him, more power to you. I can't stand watching. I can't deal with watching anymore. I like small pockets of small. Big isn't always great. No, big is no. I know what you're saying there. I understand from your perspective and everything. From my side of things, though, like I said, I'm trying to get to this point to where I can make a living doing it, so I can just keep doing this full time. I want to be able to do this full time, both channels. I want to be able to keep doing both channels full time. And one of them has to get big. One of them has to blow up for me to do that. And YouTube's not going to allow this one to blow up. It's not. Look at Josiah Rises. Josiah Rises over 100,000 subs, and they demonetize him. And they won't even give him an explanation as to why. Robo Squadron is my best chance at making a living doing this stuff so that I can keep doing it full time. It's just the reality of where we're at. When would you write? Would you have time? I didn't say anything about writing, but now you mentioned, I mean, I do. I have a fantasy novel that I'm trying to finish. I'm over 600 pages in, and I would love to be able to finish that. Writing, I just don't have the time right now. When I would have the time, here's when I would have the time. When one of my channels blows up, I start making money, and I start making enough money where I can hire somebody to help me do this stuff. When I'm able to afford to hire somebody to do this stuff, it's going to free up more of my time to where I can work on other things, such as writing. I would love to finish my book. I want to finish my book. I've got to make some change. I've made some changes, and I got to make some more changes to it, but I've got to actually, the story's coming along. I've got the ending in mind. I just got to get there. I can't wait to see what will happen when I finally get my setup to promote this. Oh, yeah, so I said something in the past. Okay, that's right. Okay. No, you caught me by surprise with that one. No, you said once, I can't wait to see what happens when I finally get myself. If you're gonna promote my channel, I'd be honored. That would be amazing. I would appreciate that so much. Yeah, you're a publisher. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, my book. I would love to finish it. I want to. I've been thinking about it recently over the last few weeks. I've been thinking about my book, and it's like I'm so torn because if I'd focused on my book would be done by now. But at the same time, I'm not sure it would have been as good because I've learned a lot in just the last year. So I think I'm taking my time with it for the time that it's taking for me to finish my book. It's happening for a reason. I really believe that. But now, like the last few weeks, I've actually been thinking about my book the last few weeks, wanting to get back to work on it and trying to wondering, like, when am I going to find the time? I've actually been having those thoughts myself, Remy. How can I make the time to work on my book? How can I find that time? So it's very fascinating that you brought that up just now. It's very fascinating. It's like, interesting. But yeah, no. If you end up promoting the channel and everything, I mean, I'd be grateful for that. That'd be amazing. And if I could finish my book, I want to finish my book so freaking bad. I've got ideas for a comic book series universe and everything. I've got my book, and it's the first in a trilogy. It functions as a standalone book, but I have an idea for a trilogy to grow out of it. Ellington, you went for yeah, something like that, right? It's like, what? No, yeah, it's just, that's crazy. Cause no, literally, like the last few weeks, I've been thinking about my book. Don't worry about the typos. It's the way I see it, like this type of communication is prone to typos and stuff like that. It's fine. It's just as long as, I mean, if you can catch them and whatnot, correct them, that's great. It's good that you do that, but don't stress it. Don't stress it. Typos go with this type of communication. So I'm just saying, don't stress it. Yeah, don't stress it. No, it's just, like, seriously, this conversation has got me such a contemplative mood right now. Like I was gonna end the stream 20 minutes ago. Get excited? No, yeah, it does make me excited just thinking about it. Oh, you get excited. Never mind. No, yeah, you get excited. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This type of communication, you get excited and whatever. You pound on the keyboard. Or your phone. The phone's even worse. If you're on your phone, just don't even think. Don't even worry about it. The phone is like a terrible way to type. It really is. I've got the swipe thing, and it's easier than punching it out, but it's still prone to mistakes. It's still constantly just like I'm constantly having to correct stuff. Yeah, so don't even think twice about it. I'm just so contemplative right now. And yeah, I do need to wrap this up, but a lot of stuff on my mind after this stream, and you've said some very encouraging things. It's appreciated. And bringing up the book, yeah, God willing, I will finish that book. God willing, I will finish that book. Whether it gets published, I got no idea. I'm honestly thinking that it hasn't, like, even if I had the book finished, it's not the right time to publish. Just the way society is. I think society is getting close, though, to a point where it would actually be a good time to publish it. Jiminy Cricket. So am I going to be getting started on my book again here soon? Which would be awesome. That would be amazing. Because I freaking love working on it. Write down your thoughts. You will. I mean, you've already done that side of that. You've done that stuff, so you've got those accomplishments behind you. You can't do it. What time is it? I freaking love that saying. That meme is like, I love that one. It's one of my personal favorites. Like these, yeah. You can't do it. It's like it goes with everything. It never gets old. It's like, appreciate the support, Remy. Like you've been in the publishing side of things, whatnot, and all that stuff. You've been on the. I'm taking my first steps. Thank you for the encouragement. So yeah, I think it's about time to wrap things up here. It's been a good stream. It's a very thought-provoking stream, at least for me. Hopefully for you too. Hope you've had a good time, because I know I have had. I'm having a blast doing this. No matter what unsuspected turn the stream takes, Always have a blast doing it. So I hope you guys are having fun too. It's just we're painting a picture here. It's a very interesting picture, to say the least. And I want to keep painting it. I want to keep doing this. So yeah. Hopefully, God willing, one of my channels blows up. Start making money. The potential. There's so much potential here. You have no idea. Even these big channels, the big channels, they're not fulfilling the potential that's there. There's so much potential. What we can do with this. What I can do with my channel is what you guys can do with your stuff. Being a part of it, contributing, supporting. There's so much we can do. You're a pathetic. Per heart us. You're a pathetic. You're a poetic soul, dude. I appreciate that very much. That is very much a compliment, Remy. Very much a compliment. I'm a certified biologist. I'm a scientist, and I love that. I love science. I love biology. But yeah, a poetics. I've been as a kid. I was interested in science. Never thought I'd do science. I was very much into reading comic books, movies, pop culture, video games. Then I went military. I learned how to blow stuff up. Went to military, different direction. Learned about electronics, how to fix electronics and stuff. Complicated systems, troubleshoot. Then went science, biology. My life's coming. Now I'm going full circle back into my first loves as a kid. It's been a very fascinating journey, to say the least. Going full circle here. These streams. They send the thought process going on with each. It's always surprising and unsuspecting. We're going as far as my life goes, we're going full circle here. Poetic scientist, what an oxymoron. No. If you're talking mainstream science, yes. But if you're talking legitimate science, not so much. Think Leonardo da Vinci. He was an artist and a scientist. And that's been an inspiration for me lately over the last year. Leonardo da Vinci, he's becoming more of an inspiration. Because if he can do it, I can do it. If he can do it, other people can do it. Leonardo da Vinci is turning into one of my personal heroes. I never saw that coming. It's like, I'm not saying I'm Leonardo da Vinci, but he proved that you can be smart, intelligent, and artistic, creative. See, he's shown me, even having going into the scientific fields and whatnot, I can do this. Proof in point, you're proving me right. It's like, I'll take that as a compliment there, Remy. It's like, life can be crazy. It can take you such unexpected directions. It's just people get they get stuck in a rut. They're like, they have this job, they're miserable, whatever it is, and they see no way out. And it's a shame, because as human beings, I mean, not only we got that spark of hope, but we have such a capacity to adapt. If you're not happy in your life, figure out why, and then find a way to change that. That's one of the beautiful things about America, and the ability to change your life for the better. That's one of the things that why America is the shining city on the hill. As individuals, we're not stuck in a single path. For a country like America, we have the ability to change the course of our destiny. And I'm doing it right now. I'm changing the course of my destiny right now, live on the House of G. But it's not just me. That capacity, the possibility is there for everybody. Not many, very, very few can see the beauty of poetry and science or laws of the universe, they say. But science is beautiful. It's not just numbers and so it's the science of our reality is just, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a work of art. The science of life is a work of art. Well, your fingers did a 3D effect. That was completely unintentional. No idea what happened there. Earlier, yeah, on my side, earlier it was just doing this digital thing. Now it's gone. It's gone. Like you said, you didn't see it on your end, but on my end, it was just like, it was all like just, like my hand was just going like that. Multiple layers. Now it's gone. Now it's like nice and smooth. I don't know what was, it was just doing some weird stuff. Technology, man, is so freaking weird. That 3D effect, yes, that. Keep in mind, I'm coming from a cyberpunk future where we got holographic this holographic message coming from the future, so it does weird things. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That's the brand. That's the brand theme. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. There's a slight light flicker. I have 2 ring lights. I don't know if that's got something to do with it, just from a purely technical standpoint. I'm being serious now. Like, I do have 2 ring lights over here, so maybe that's having something to do with it. I got no idea. But the official brand story is that, it's a holographic message from the future. It's just part of the glitchy stuff going on. So the 2 Oppo issue is next. 2 Oppo? What's the 2 Oppo? Wait a minute, what's the 2 Oppo? I don't know what a 2 Oppo is. 2909 AD. I'm still blanking. 29, 20. I do have X-Men 2099. Maybe you're talking about that. I did find one of my Spider-Man 2099. There are some 2099 titles that I do have that I could go through. 20 PO was better. I still. Jiminy Cricket, man. No, this is this is good stuff. This is good stuff. I'm having a good time. Hopefully anybody else watching is having a good time too. From the future, gotcha. Okay, I see what you. No, okay. Yeah, I wasn't expect. Sometimes people will play along with it. Like the theme of the channel, they'll play along with it, and it's great. This is the first time somebody's actually played. I've actually even talked about it, so it was throwing me off there because I wasn't expecting it. Gotcha. I got you now. I got you. It's like, as in, yeah, no, yeah, it finally clicked. I finally got you there. Kind of embarrassed it took me like long to catch on to that. No, thanks for playing along there. That's always fun when people do. Like I'm on Rebel Squadron. Some of the recruits over there, they really get into it. And then I got this one guy, Recruit Mirez. He's always like, Commander, can you read me? Am I coming through? Okay. It's because that's part of the thing is like the signal, trying to get the signal out there, and there's all this interference. And it's like, so I expected it over in Rebel Squadron. I was not expecting it here on the House of G. That's great. It's great. I appreciate it. Thank you. So that's the thing. Yeah, that's the brand. This message is coming to you from the future in a cyberpunk holographic message in cyberpunk reality in the future. I'm slowly I focus so much on Rebel Squadron that I'm a little bit slow in getting the House of G built up, but it's a work in progress. It is happening. It is happening. So that's like the general the brand Doomcock Overlord. He's his whole thing is that he's like a super villain trying to take over the world, and he actually has Cthulhu as a pet. It's like, what? It's Cthulhu in a tank as a pet. And he's just waiting. He's waiting for the right time to unleash Cthulhu on the world. Like, what? What? It's great. No, it's just great. Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's great. Coming up with like some off, non-mainstream type of deal. Something different. That's what I'm trying. That's what. This is what I'm talking about, Remy. This is what I'm talking about. There's an incredible amount of untapped potential in this stuff. Untapped potential. Well, I'm told somebody gets up. Well, I am loving it, and I've always been hesitant about the future. I'm glad you're loving it because that means I'm doing something right. So, just figuring it out as I go. Just gotta get it figured out. Just gotta get it figured out. Just gotta get it figured out. Yeah, I'm doing it slowly. This is a pretty cool step for me right here. Like, I'm really happy about this. And it's not even the finished. I gotta get the animation rendering. Hopefully the animation rendering will take it up to like a whole different level. And I'm with you. I hear it. Said the same. Yeah. So yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not the only one that. It'd be very foolish of me to think that I'm the only one that sees it. It's like I just happen to be the one with the platform to where I can actually say it, so other people can hear it. That might be the only real difference there. It's like, because I haven't seen anybody else with a channel even hinting at stuff like that. Like, everybody seems. Dr. Disrespect is the closest one I've seen to actually taking it to that level. And even he's like, there's potential for him to do even more with it. There's potentially for him to even do even more with it. So I'm trying to build my channel up so where I can take it past that level. Now, the potential is absolutely incredible. I'm praying to God I get that opportunity. Hell yes, respect for real. Yeah, who doggy. I appreciate it, Remy. I really do. Jimmy Cricket. Okay, we're pushing 4 hours. So it's like, I think it's about that time. It's been a blast. I've been having fun. No, I actually kind of needed this last 30, 45 minutes. Just to freaking relax. Like, have a good conversation and everything. Have a good laugh. Honestly, I needed it. I won't be in front of a camera. I'm a textbook introvert. This is 180 degrees in the opposite direction of my natural personality. I never thought I'd be doing this. What? This is not compute when you look at my natural personality. I look way more relaxed. Oh, no, that's good. That's good. Well, no, I mean, this stuff is like, when you're doing a deep dive, like pop culture archaeology, like we're doing here, it takes you to a pretty dark place at times. It really does. It takes you to a pretty dark place. I think that's kind of what I was trying to get at earlier, and I didn't really maybe completely understand it, let alone word it properly. I think that's kind of where I was actually getting at. So yeah, it helps to just once you do the deep dive, but you gotta decompress. You gotta come back, take a step back. I think that's what I was getting at. So I actually did kind of need this. It's like, Because like I deep dive like nobody's freaking business. Like it's in my genes. It's in my nature to deep dive. That's why I love science so much. I love science. You have no freaking idea. It was such a blessing for me to get into the field because it's just like it opened up a whole another part of my entire personality, I guess you could say. That I didn't know even what was there. Freaking fell in love with science. Because it's beautiful. It's complex beyond infinity. And it is beautiful beyond imagination. It's just, oh my gosh, it's amazing. It really is. And I'm not talking about the BS mainstream nonsense that they're pushing. I'm talking about the real stuff. You get in there and you see it for yourself. You see it for yourself. It's gorgeous. But then now I'm here doing this. Now we got this going on. It's fun. It's fun. But so that part of me, the deep dive. Just deep diving, going deep with it, going deep. And you got to understand something. It gets serious because these people are serious. They're trying to take humanity to a dark and serious place. They're trying to snuff out that spark of hope, the spark of individuality. They don't want you to be an individual. They want you to be a faceless, mindless drone that blends in with everybody else. That's what they want. And that's what we're fighting against here on the House of G. That's what I'm saying. I can't be like that all the time. You gotta find a way to take that step back and just decompress, relax again, laugh our way out of the dark places. Wholesome humor. I needed it too. Thank you. That's exactly it, Remy. That is exactly it. That's exactly it. I do appreciate it too. So, but yeah, you know what? It is that time. As much as I hate having to do it, because this is it's an incredible experience. It really is. And sometimes it is legitimately difficult to wrap things up, but wrap things up is exactly what we have to do here. So give me 1 second here. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. It's about time to wrap this stream up. It's been an absolute blast. It has been very fascinating, very illuminating. Revealing, to say the least. Surprising. It's always surprising. There's always something. I don't see it coming. Not one bit. Just comes out of left field. Boom. Whoa, what was that? Where'd that come from? Wow. Okay. Even got my head on a swivel and it still catches me by surprise. It's like doggies. Yeah, it's about that time to wrap up this House of G. Hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. It is Monday, rolling into the week. Hopefully it kicks it off right for you, because it definitely kicks it off right for me. This is the type of thing I need, let me tell you. And yeah. Finally get to see the desk in all of its glory here. Hopefully you like it. It's going to get even better, let me tell you, once I can get that done. It's just a matter of time. It is so labor intensive, no resource intensive. It's absolutely crazy. But the stuff you can do in your own home nowadays is absolutely mind-blowing. Oh my gosh, it just gets me thinking about the potential, and the potential is exciting. It's exciting. The hard part is patience, because it's going to take patience and time to make it happen. It's like, you have no idea. Like, oh my gosh, I just can't even. And they're not going to go down that rabbit hole. So let's keep it good here. Oh, yeah. So there you have it. The Scarlet Spider mini series story arc had 3 out of 4, missing number 4. Pretty much as expected there, because it was in November of 95, that period of the Great Divergence. And then we went into Batman Spawn, the DC version of the crossover event, War Devil. It was actually pretty good. One really truly odd thing about it, that's the end of it. Batman had something to say. Somebody once said, and it didn't make any sense. It was definitely something they pulled out of their ass. No doubt about that. It's like, oh my goodness, I just can't with this. Oh man, it's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, here we are. This has been the House of G, home of the original geek and the original gamer. where we engage in pop culture archaeology, deep dive into anything you can think of. Right now, it's mostly comic books, but there's a lot out there to talk about. Let me tell you, there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. We'll get to it. One of these days, we'll get to it. In the meantime, yeah. You have yourself a fantastic Monday. Have a fantastic rest of your week. If you're interested in hanging out and just having a good time, hit me up on my main channel, Rebel Squadron. Primarily focusing right now on entertainment through gaming. Having a good time over there, having a lot of fun. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. If you think this is fun, you've got to check out Rebel Squadron. If you just need to have a good time, there's a lot of negativity out there. We're trying to combat that as much as possible. So yeah, that's what we're all about over on Rebel Squad. Look for this right here. When you look it up, look for this symbol. Boom, boom, boom. Rebel Squadron. Who doggy? Okay, so yeah. Let's do it. Let's wrap this one up. You have yourself a fantastic day. Hope you have a great weekend there. The world may be losing its mind, but you got to keep that spark of hope alive because it will get better sooner or later at some point. You just got to keep fighting that good fight. That's what we're doing here on the House of G. Who doggy? All right. Thank you, Remy, for hanging out as always. It's always a blast talking to you. Yeah, you really bring the stream to life. Let me tell you. Boom shakalaka. Fantastic week, Remy. Have a great day there. And yeah. Keep hope alive. Let's do it. All right, guys. This has been another House of G speaking into the void. Who doggy?